The Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships is brought to you by Day 1, Rockin' Protein, OS First, Superior Labs, An Original Penguin, Pickleball Central, SheFit, Franklin Pickleball, and Consumer Cellular.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. Sitting alongside with me is none other than Scott Crandall, Senior Pro, doing duty with me. So, Scott, what do you think today?
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me, Byron. I played in this bracket this morning, and I am finished for the day and happy to be here on center court, watching the conclusion of the tournament. We were in the semifinals here. We've got a great matchup with Beth Bellamy and Rick Witskin playing against Jennifer Dawson and Matthias Johansson. It should be a really good matchup. Two of the very strongest senior pro women going at it, and two of the taller, more aggressive men on each side. So there should be some really interesting mixed doubles points today.
And particularly when you have Rick Witskin on one side, there's going to be a lot of noise, right?
Rick is a vocal player. He definitely lets out the oxygen while he's hitting the ball. So you can hear him, which just makes it fun. He gives you you can kind of take the temperature of the match by listening to him.
All right, we're getting ready to start. Our referee today is Mr. Mark Thomas, and Jennifer will be serving, and she's serving to Beth in this situation.
Okay, here we go. Game 1, time in, 0-0-2. Oh, sorry. Point.
So right off the bat, Matthias has a huge forehand, and he will use it all day long.
Heavy ball. And that's Rick bringing the power, right, to his game here.
Yeah, once Rick gets big in the middle, watch out.
Wow. Well done by Beth.
Beth really set that point up beautifully with 3 extremely low shots in a row. A nice dink, and then got the pop-up from Matthias, and she put it away very accurately right down the middle.
Yeah.
Same idea there. A nice low drop, but didn't quite complete the fifth over the net.
And we expect that everything from Jennifer is going to be particularly a drive. Good defense by Rick there. Caught Jennifer by surprise there.
Yeah, when Matthias goes hard at Rick, Rick is ready for that.
Yeah.
2-1-2.
Kind of unusual. Beth is a very steady third shot dropper. She drops her shots in very easily, but the last 2 shots rallies were not in her favor.
Yeah, I think they're just getting used to a little bit of breeze here. See, that's Jen Dawson right there. It was a low shot, but she didn't hit it softly. She just hit it perfectly, kept it low over the net, and got it down.
Yeah, you got to be prepared for her. Nice pickup by Matthias. And a put away by Beth.
Yeah, she's very accurate with that forehand. So when she has time, she will hit the right spot, which she did.
2-2-2.
patience there. I felt like she had Jen Dawson, you know, outside the court running. If she kind of sticks with that dink, she could have
done something with it.
Yeah.
And you know, on that side, you know, you've got Matthias and Jennifer. They're going to drive pretty much about 90% of the balls instead of dropping them.
And they're playing into a slight breeze, which makes it a little safer to go ahead and rip your drive.
Yeah. Good coverage by Beth.
Once Rick got in poach mode, he wanted to stay in poach mode.
Oh,
but
yeah.
that one wasn't quite there. He needed to move earlier if he wanted to get that ball.
You know, the audience probably say, why doesn't he leave that alone for Beth? You know, but like you said, he was in the moment and wanted to take advantage of it. Nice play by Beth. She's going to keep the pressure on Jennifer here.
Yeah, and that's one of the first volleys that Jen has missed so far. She's put everything back over.
Beautiful inside-out shot by Beth.
It was all set up, though, by a poor return from Matthias. It was a little short, so Rick could come in and be aggressive with it, and he just finished.
Nice deep return by Jennifer here, and Beth couldn't. She was a bit hog-tied for a moment there.
Yeah, Jen makes it look simple. Just she does the fundamentals so beautifully.
Oh, that court. You know, the thing that is this guy, Matthias, has really improved his doubles game, you know.
That's another one where that reset from the middle of the court off of a volley against a little bit of a wind with the Franklin ball, you really need to be firm.
This is too early for Beth to start making these kinds of mistakes. But, you know, like you said, they're getting into their groove, you know, feeling out everything, getting the rhythm going. That's one of those reach things you tell your players, don't reach, you know, move your feet, you know.
Well, if you're going to reach, that ball needed to stay low.
Yeah.
Matthias got that ball well above the net.
Nice get by Jennifer.
Little I formation.
formation.
Let's go.
You know, Beth hit it right into the body, and that's a sweet spot where you want to tie up somebody, give them a hard time to return that ball. You know, I think that Matthias has never met a ball that you feel like he had to drive it.
if he has time, if it bounces and he has time, he is going to hit that forehand. And that particular one, it landed pretty short into the middle of the court. I expect him to make that into the wind, but it's one of the few he's missed so far.
Yeah. Rick had to retrieve the ball, so we're back in action again. Beautiful poach by Rick.
Yeah, that was a tough poach because he trusted Beth to keep it down, which she did. But Jen also kept her ball down, so Rick had a very tough ball to poach on, and he executed it nicely.
Yes. Rick being big in the middle there.
Yeah. On the replay, Beth is just barely getting out of the way of Rick's paddle coming flying over.
Nice low return. Guilty, you know. I mean, you play, that ball is going out of bounds, and you just wish you could pull your paddle down in time.
That's another successful poach from Rick on a ball that was not really up.
Yeah.
Right, so Jen learns from that and goes back behind Rick, and as Rick goes to the left sideline, then that opens up the other sideline because Beth has to come over and cover middle.
Right.
Jen was not going to let that same pattern work again.
You know, you can count on one. If it's just a little too high, she's going to drive that ball deep, going from high to low, and that you're going to always get in trouble when you get a ball coming from above. Nice pressure on Jennifer.
She just got stuck a few feet behind the kitchen, and she was a little too defensive in her positioning there.
Yeah. Oh. I think that you know, Beth was trying to be aggressive in the middle there, and Rick seeing the chance to block that, clashing paddles with her. You know, but they are two aggressive players. I mean, they're going to go after the ball, and you'd rather see that than let the ball go through the middle. Again, Beth putting pressure on Jennifer, and again, as you stated before, she's a little back behind the non-volley zone line.
Yeah, this is I think this is Jen's second or third time playing with Matthias, and I think one of the things when you play with him, once you see he's about to go for that big forehand, you want to get in tight and see if you can clean up any miss hit or high volleys and get some shake and bake going.
Nice cross-court roll shot by Jennifer.
And Jen has the hands to run that play. You know, she's very quick. She's on the ball. You rarely catch her unprepared for a quick hands battle.
And that's one of Beth's pet shots. I mean, she loves that inside-out shot down the line. And Matisse got to be prepared for that. So what do you think Matthias and Jennifer has to do in order to get back in this game in a way that will get them on top?
I think they need to do a little more with their thirds, and then when they hit quality thirds, they've got to come in and be ready to attack. Their drops and drives have been neutralized with one good volley, and then they haven't really gotten anything out of it after that.
7-4-2.
Great coverage. Beth is calling that good.
Oh, that was an amazing point. Rick was running sideline to sideline, getting Beth's way. I think Beth did most of the work there.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, as the you know, the guy, the big guy, Rick wants to be you know, a force, and he wants to stand in the middle, and he wants to be a nuisance to them so they don't know where he's going, and he does a great job of that. But it looks like chaos, which makes those points kind of fun.
Yeah, kind of control chaos, eh?
And once he starts doing that, Beth is back there, not really knowing which way do I go. Which are you coming back? Or are you staying on the side? And that was.
But I think that's experience. I mean, she knows how to cover the open court when the play is moving back and forth. I mean, all the years of playing tennis.
What she wants to do there is not really worry about where Rick is. You just look at where the ball is, and you just start reading your opponent for what shot are they going to play, and you go there.
Yeah. Good pressure by Rick, forcing Jennifer to make another mistake.
They push Jen and Matthias off the line, and then they can get the ball down. It's worked.
Yes, deep returns. I mean, that's the recipe for their success so far, is just keeping that pressure on the ball deep in Jennifer's and Matthias's court.
Yeah, Matthias and Jen have not earned their way up to the kitchen often enough when they are serving.
Oh, nice. Pulled Beth way off court, and Rick was left stranded on an island there.
Yeah, he got to the middle where he should be, but Matthias could have gone anywhere with that.
Yeah. And Rick being big in the middle. You know, one thing with Rick, I mean, he's a big guy. He's a tall guy, so he's got a lot of reach, and in addition to that, he's got a lot of power, but a soft shot to go with it.
Well, he also has a lot of belief in his hand speed, so he'll just stand in the way of Matthias's forehand.
And come back to neutral. No, that's a big mistake. Like I said, Rick is a big guy. You're not going to get over him that easily.
Well, it was just the execution wasn't there. The idea is good, because if you hit a nice lob into the wind, it would have knocked it down. But the execution just didn't happen that time.
Again, Matthias not seeing that inside-out shot from Beth.
I think accuracy is one of Beth's biggest strengths, and she knows that the Matthias backhand is more vulnerable than his forehand, so it's a good spot for her to go.
Point game, final score 11-4. You have 2 minutes. Switch it.
Well, this is Rick and Beth, game one. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back to the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport, California. Newport Beach, California. Sitting in with me is Scott Crandall. We'll be right back.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
When it comes to sports bras and activewear, it's not enough to just do it. You have to just do it right. That's why SheFit's perfectly fitting gear embraces and supports women's bodies. Made for ins and outs, ups and downs, starts and stops, and everything in between. We got you. Because we are you. SheFit.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back at the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championship. Rick Witskin and Beth Bellamy against Jennifer Dawson and Matthias Johansson. Rick and Beth won the first game, and Beth promptly hits the first ball out of bounds, and side out to Matthias and Jennifer. With me, it's Scott Crandall. Scott, my sidekick here. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm great, Byron. Excited for game 2. You know, so far I think the team on the near side, so Matthias and Jen, with the little breeze behind them, have a slight advantage. So I expect them to come back strong in game 2.
Yeah. But then, by the same token, the breeze behind them, they're drivers. That ball can carry long, as you saw just now.
Yeah, but Matthias, it will get on you quicker with that wind behind, so it's a threat.
Well done by Beth. I mean, she's picking her spots with Matthias. You know, you might say it's surprising, but you know, she's attacking him quite frequently.
Well, in mixed, it's like often the woman knows it's coming. They know she's going to be the one to be attacked, so she's ready, which is good preparation. That's in.
Nice dig by Rick. After all of that work, he puts it into the net.
I mean, he only made about 6,000 dinks yesterday in men's. Shocked he missed that one.
Yeah. Oh, wow. And therein lies the problem. You know, he got into Beth's way just now.
Yeah, he just goes for these Hail Mary poaches, and you know, so far he's been getting away with them and making balls. That one didn't work out, and nor should it have. Yeah, Matthias and Jen just need to get their thirds and fifths just down a little below the level of the net.
Yeah.
Beth and Rick are just too aggressive with their force. That's the one right there. That was the first one in a while where they got their third below net level. It made the volley scarier. Matthias is running in, trying to pick it off. So that's a quality shot from Jen.
Yeah, I think Beth took her eyes off of that shot. It dipped below the net quickly. So. Good defense by Rick and Beth.
A longer point that time because another nice drop. But, you know, they started a hands battle off the bounce to a waiting Rick Witzkin, who that's what he wants. So that's
he's inviting it.
They got to be more. They got to wait for a better ball and a better spot to attack.
Well done by Beth.
Yeah. Beth's strategy here is pretty clear. When she has time, she is going to the Matthias backhand and then working her way in and then seeing what that leads to. And so far, it's led to some pretty good stuff.
Yeah. Well done by Matthias.
Yeah, that's the tough part when you try to hit your third cross court to the girl, but Matthias's long forehand arm is in the way.
Oh, you wish you'd have that one back. The thing with Beth right now, she's controlling what happens in this match. Even though Rick is the guy who is the aggressor, Beth is the steady force.
And she's doing it with accuracy.
Yes. Oh, one of those few mistakes by Beth.
Even though she missed that, she was putting it in the right spot. She was hitting it down to Matthias's backhand side, which is where you want to go.
I should try to use the wind there.
So that point was set up. Matthias hit a great drop. And then he hit his fifth shot was below the level of the net, and they finally got a good point development in their favor.
Well, it's a good serve by Matthias. I think it kind of skipped on Rick there.
Yeah, Matthias's power with this little breeze behind, I think, is an advantage for them, for Matthias and Jen.
Some assistance from the net. You'll take that every day, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean it's going to happen, but the more accurate you are with height over the net, the more of those net courts you're going to get.
Yeah.
They do annoy Rick.
Yeah, that's a case of where he really uses reach there.
Yeah, well, I think Matthias needs to be more accurate with that drive, because the return was very short. Matthias is driving that ball, but he's got to find a better spot. He can't let Rick get that next one. Just a slight miss.
Yeah. You know, what I see is Beth is actually, I mean, she's setting up every shot with Matthias and utilizing him to create opportunities for Rick and for herself. Yeah. Just a little too high.
A little too high, but I'd rather miss high than miss it short.
That's the truth. I will say,
especially with Rick's hands. Rick, he didn't get that one, but he's more than happy to get his paddle out there in front of an oncoming forehand. Another smart, targeted, down the line shot from Beth.
Behind the back. I mean, great poach by Rick. I think Beth set Matthias up in that shot completely. He fell victim to what she was doing.
And Rick saw the play developing too, and he's run that poach multiple times today. And that's one of the things you see here. Beth and Rick have played dozens of tournaments together, so they know what each other's going to do. Jen and Matthias, like I said, I think this might be their second or third that I know of. Maybe they've played more together, but I'm not sure. But it's not the experience that Rick and Beth have.
You could see the inexperience between the two of them. They're not moving in a synchronized manner like Beth and Rick. It's great to have a partner where you can take risks and not be concerned that they're not going to be in the spot to play some defense if you're moving left and right. And this is what Rick is actually doing.
It definitely helps if you feel like you know where your partner's going to hit it, because then you can be in position. Jen's just missed a couple of those by just barely missed. Those are balls I think she usually makes, and when she's making those, it just changes the whole dynamic. So
yeah, but I think the thing is that they're not pressuring her as much as they're actually pressuring Matthias, and so when the opportunity sometimes comes to her, she's not fully prepared for it. She has no rhythm at this moment, is what I would say. One of the deadly sins in pickleball.
Missed return.
Missed return. Great hands by Rick. Oh, that is exactly what we're talking about. Beth is just picking her spots, dissecting this game. Matthias is not sure whether to go inside or outside, and the opportunities are creating themselves easily for Beth. Rick.
Yeah, Beth's accuracy is putting her partner in good positions, and then Rick also has great hands, and he made a couple great saves on Matthias's overhead. So they're playing well defensively, and they're playing they're hitting their targets strategically as well.
Even though all of this is happening, there's still a very close game. An animated Rick.
Rick he's just fun to have on the court.
You can't, he has a lot of entertainment value.
Yeah, but I mean, Matthias and Jen, they are such great shot makers. As soon as they kind of flip that switch and start hitting some of their targets, this thing definitely can turn around. Matthias can score points in a hurry, and so can Jen.
Oh, Unfortunate there. You know, in as much as we're talking, as I said, earlier, it's only well 7-5 now. This game is anyone's game. In as much as Rick and Beth have been doing a lot. We had to split the middle by Matthias. Great coverage by Matthias. He was playing the middle and playing large in the middle, similar to Rick.
But he wisely covered his backhand, knowing, you know, Beth has gone there quite a bit. He covered it well that time and then was able to spring into the middle forehand.
He's just got to control that deep shot. You know, they've got the wind behind them, and several shots have gone out of bounds now. You got to take advantage of these opportunities every time.
Great play. So Jen set that whole thing up with a nice third and then a nice fifth. Kept the ball down until Matthias was able to pick off a ball that Beth popped up just because it was Jen put it in such a nice place. Yeah. Beth didn't have a choice. She was reaching with her backhand to go get it. And as the ball got behind the bleachers.
Yeah, they got it back now. You know, the thing that I see in with these players now, it doesn't matter if the ball is 6 inches below the net. The sweeping top spin shot is in play, and so in the past, you know, you used to say just put the ball over the net. Now, you know, it's a sweeping top spin shot, and these players are very accurate with it. We got a timeout here by Rick and Beth, and it looks as though they've got some discussion to do in order to make sure that they don't lose the advantage that they've been having.
Well, I mean, Matthias and Jen are both very dangerous players. They both have a lot of offense, and offensive players like that can string points together quickly, and 7-5 just became 7-all, and so I think it's a good timeout just to let's just shut down the momentum before it really starts and make sure we're doing the right things, hitting our targets, and that's what Beth and Rick are probably talking about. Yeah. And Matthias and Jen over there are just thinking about, hey, let's keep swinging and doing the things we're good at, because they both are very offensive players who have very dangerous third shot drives. So let's just execute them.
Yeah, I think Beth and Matthias now have got their rhythm together a bit more, and you can see they're a bit more synchronized. That's unfortunate. Coming up.
Rick is mad when it happens against him, but he doesn't seem all that upset now.
No.
Beth hit 2 drops in a row that landed right in the kitchen, and then finished it with a third.
Beautiful drop. You just hate that, don't you?
Well, you can see how deliberate she's being. She's hitting her drop either to one sideline or the other.
Again, it's set up by those low rolling shots to Jennifer and Matthias.
Yeah, I think that the target, for Beth and Rick is either on the left side, Matthias's backhand, or get it all the way across on the right side to Jen, just to keep it away from Matthias's reaching arm. And if you can find those 2 spots, then you can work your way in. But she's had to work. Beth has had to work very hard and hit 2 or 3 shots before she can get in. That's how tough it is.
Yeah.
Jen hits such a nice, aggressive cross-court dink. It is very tough to do anything with that. Beth was off balance there. It's just
Yeah, she tried to recover by just lobbing over the head, but unfortunately that went out of bounds.
Yeah, but just set up by the quality of Jen's dink.
Beautiful placement by Beth, moving them from side to side and opening up some space and forcing Jennifer to make a mistake here.
9-7-1.
One of the missed drops by Rick there. Normally is pretty good at that.
I don't call that miss. He made it. It just it wasn't perfect. But again, I would rather it be deep than short.
Yep.
Wow, what a point. That had everything.
Nice get by Beth, and Rick trying to finish it off, but Jennifer said, let me take a chance at this one. Unfortunately, went straight to the net.
Beth has had several excellent defensive lobs. She lobs very well all the time, but when she's into the wind, if she's out of position and has to, okay, here we go, match point.
And Rick being big again, across the middle, finish off the match.
Yeah, they just ran. They ran the playbook, a very intentional. Beth hits it down the line to Matthias's backhand, and Rick reads the play to get over there and poach it, which he loves to do. It's a play they run very well together, and so they just won their semifinal. That puts them in the winner bracket final, where they're going to be playing Chris Anderson and Dave Weinbach, who in their semifinal beat Chris Kargas and Dane Gingrich.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break at the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. Scott Crandall and myself will be back shortly.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
Hi, I'm Matt Wright, proud ambassador of Original Penguin.
Hiya, my name is Stacy Townsend, and let's learn to play better pickleball with Pickler and USA Pickleball. Learn to play better pickleball for free with Pickler and USA Pickleball.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
When it comes to sports bras and activewear, it's not enough to just do it. You have to just do it right. That's why She Fit's perfectly fitting gear embraces and supports women's bodies. Made for ins and outs, ups and downs, starts and stops, and everything in between. We got you. Because we are you. She Fit.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of Pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
I'm Matt Wright, proud ambassador of Original Penguin.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back to the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. This is Byron Fresso along with Scott Crandall, and we're getting ready to call the winners bracket finals shortly. We know at least Chris Anderson and Dave Weinbach most likely will be going up against Rick Witskin and Beth Bellamy. Scott, what do you think of this matchup between Weinbach and Anderson against Witskin and Bellamy?
I think it'll be a great matchup. You know, Rick and Beth just demonstrated how well they play together. Weinbach and Chris Anderson have played a lot of tournaments together too. So these are both teams are very experienced with their partners and very experienced pickleball players. So you've got you're gonna get I mean and these are the top two seeds. So this will be a high level senior pro mixed doubles match with you know, all four players kind of know what they're up against, know what to expect, and then it'll just be a matter of, you know, who executes the game plan better.
Yes. You know, as you mentioned, Beth, not Beth, but Chris and Dave have been playing for quite some time. It's been several years that they've actually been teaming up. And, you know, they've been very successful in the past. And now you've got a new team in Beth and Rick. Well, they've played a few matches, but not as long as Dave and Chris.
This year, though, Beth and Rick have played more tournaments together than Dave Weinbach and Chris Anderson have. So I would say just for this year, they're Rick and Beth are on a really nice roll. They're very comfortable with each other, and you know, as we just saw in the last match, it's like they play so well, you know, with each other. But Dave and Chris are such a tough team because Dave is great at covering his side. He doesn't have a weakness, you know, on either, you know, that backhand, forehand. It's like there's nowhere really for them to go, whereas in the last match it's like, oh, you know, Beth was kind of attacking down the backhand side. That's not going to work against Dave Weinbach, so that's going to direct traffic back over to Chris Anderson. But Chris Anderson's forehand is amazing. She can do so much stuff with it, and in mixed doubles, you know, she can position herself where she knows what she's going to get. She's going to get a lot of forehands. Anything to her backhand side when she's on the right, Dave's going to come over and gladly take. So she just gets a steady diet of what she wants and what she's good at. So that makes them a very, very tough team. So it's going to take some long drawn out points to earn an opportunity here. And then, you know, all four players have great hands too. So I expect a little more in terms of point development. I think these points will be longer here, and we should see some high quality stuff.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a short break coming up. This is the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport, California. Here with Scott Crandall. This is Byron Fresso. We're going to be back shortly.
Hi, I'm Matt Wright, proud ambassador of Original Penguin.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
When it comes to sports bras and activewear, it's not enough to just do it. You have to just do it right. That's why She Fit's perfectly fitting gear embraces and supports women's bodies. Made for ins and outs, ups and downs, starts and stops, and everything in between. We got you. Because we are you. She Fit.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
Not yet. Okay. Okay. We're back at the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. Again, this is Byron Fresso and Scott Crandall bringing you all the action on center court, where we have Dave Weinbach and Chris Anderson going up against Rick Witzkin and Beth Bellamy. These 4 players are certainly the cream of the crop of the senior tour, and we look forward to seeing a lot of action. Scott, you've had experience playing against these players in the past. What do you think that their strengths and weaknesses?
Yeah, I've beaten all these people many times, just not today. Didn't beat anybody.
Yeah.
So we just saw the match previously. Rick and Beth, they play very well together. Beth is very targeted and accurate. She can put the ball anywhere on the court, and because they've played so much together, Rick knows where it's going and plays off of that very well.
Mm-hmm.
Rick is a big risk taker, loves to poach, loves to kind of create chaos, and you know, when he creates chaos, it causes problems for the other team. And so Beth is a great partner for him because her targeted and accurate shots set him up to do what he wants to do.
Yeah.
On the other side, Dave Weinbach is just super solid. He's good at good at just about everything. He's got lightning fast hands. He knows the game so well, and as does Chris Anderson. She's, she formerly was dominating senior pros, and she's won every big tournament there is. So they play very well together. Chris Anderson is going to get to, when she plays with Dave, is always able to do the things she's great at. Her forehand side is amazing. She has a lot of variety on it. She can be very consistent with it, but she also has a lot of offense. She can hit that cross-court forehand. She can take it up the line, and the way she hits it is very hard to read. I usually tell my partner, if Chris is hitting forehands, we are probably losing, so let's steer clear of that. But in mixed, if you hit it to her backhand, now she and Dave kind of get to negotiate for it. So two very strong teams. Should be a fun match to watch. It's the 1 and 2 seeds here in the winter bracket final. So the seeding held up, and we get to see which of these teams is going to the gold medal match and which team goes down to the bronze.
Yeah. You know, in my experience in the past, looking at Chris Anderson, even though she has not played that much this year, the one thing you've got to be fearful, and any opponent has got to be fearful of, it's that two-handed backhand she has. I've seen her eating up many of players. You let it come a little too high, and she rips it down the line. Extremely hard. You know, it's a shot that you can really return from her. You know, and as you said, Dave is an experienced player. He's been around for a long time, and you know, I've got to admire the guy. I mean, he's withstood the test of time over the years. His skill level has not dropped off that much, and he's still at the top of his game. And you know, getting into hands battle is something you don't want to do.
Yeah, his hand speed is well known to be some of the fastest hands, and you know, I've played a lot against him recently, and you know, when you're in front of him, he's smart, and he's very targeted on where he's gonna go with it, and you know, he can hit a low ball really hard, and what he does, he just kind of lines you up and hits you in the body in a place you can't defend it, and even though it would be going out, you know, when it hits you, it doesn't get to go out. And so whenever you're in front of him, you really got to be careful of that. He'll attack a ball that doesn't look attackable, and he'll just he'll put it on you before you know what's going on. And it's not luck. He's doing that on purpose, and it's a good play. So it's just something you got to watch out for it before it happens.
Yeah, you know, the thing is that I always say Dave has never met a shot in front of him that he didn't want to slap back. He's not a guy that generally resets the ball that much. You know.
I don't think Dave doesn't reset anything that is below ankle. If it's above ankle height, it's going to be a counter.
Yes.
Below the ankles, he'll reset it.
Yeah. So the referee going through her paces with the players.
Yeah, this part of it is always fun. Everyone's a little nervous right before go time.
Yeah.
So
you know, the thing that always amazes me when you're refereeing and you go up to players and you ask them side or receive, you know, if they want to side serve or receive, they got to think about it. It's like they never put any thought into it prior to it actually happening. And there's, you know, like 30 seconds to a minute sometimes they'll take, well, I'll get back with you in a second with that. You know.
Well, the wind is constantly changing and the sun is constantly changing. And so what might have been the good side in our first match at 10 a.m. may not be the good side 5 hours later at 3 p.m. So you got to check your conditions. Where's the wind going and where is the sun? So you can figure out. And a lot of people, do you want to start on the good side or do you want to start on the bad side? If you start on the bad side, then if it goes 3, you get to finish on the good side. Right. And so, you know, a lot of times, if the side matters, the more the side matters, the more I want to take the bad side first.
So you
got to figure out what is the bad side and what is the bad side going to be an hour from now when game 3 starts.
Right. So you're one of those that, you know, I know there are some players that would definitely not take the serve immediately. They'll want to receive and let the other players choose a side. But there's a school of thought on your part. You would check the side first and determine whether you'll take side or serve.
Yes, I try and determine how much does the side matter. If it's minimal, then that's the only time I would ever take. You know, if it's nighttime and there's no wind, then I might choose serve or receive. Almost every other time, I'm gonna want to choose whichever side is a little worse. And then I also like to get my partner's input. If my partner has a strong feeling one way or the other, I like to go with I want to make my partner feel comfortable. You know, occasionally I've had partners who like to choose to receive. I don't like that. I like to serve first. Okay, here we go.
Right, we get her start. Chris to serve to Beth. This is not the way you want to get started. Side out on your first serve. What would you say, Chris? I mean, 2 straight errors, or unforced errors.
It's just
nerves.
Just get calibrated to the court. You know. First match on this court. I think they haven't played on this court yet. They've played on the other courts up until now. I think this one is might play slightly different. You just got to adjust to it a little.
Yeah. Yeah, she is still trying to find her rhythm right now. And foot fault, 3 unforced errors or 2 unforced errors. And that's not what you want to do with Dave.
Well, the ball was popped up. Beth had a high ball with the backhand and hit it hard, but yeah, hitting it hard at Dave, you better find the right spot because he's ready.
As we talked about, Dave has never met a shot that he would reset.
Yeah, I mean, right there, Beth took the first one. She hit it at Dave's forehand in the middle, which was ready. That second one, she had the same high backhand, not the same one, but similar, and she put it down and away to his backhand, and he missed it. Yep. So she got it to a different spot, and she got it down, and you know, Dave could not get that one back. So good on Beth to not do the same thing. She found a different target, and you know that's how she plays. She doesn't just hit a ball hard somewhere. She's always got a target in mind on where she's hitting, and she's very accurate because her preparation is so good. If you watch her play singles, watch her footwork. She's always so balanced. Her feet are just ready for the ball. Amazing singles player, and it all comes from her. She had an amazing tennis career.
Yeah, high-level tennis career. She's purposeful with every shot, you know. You know, speaking of Dave and where she put the ball, if there's one place where I think you can be effective against Dave is that exact shot, hitting it to his backhand and forcing him to defend it.
Well, it's got to be off of his body. Anything on his body, he's hitting hard. It's got to be quite a bit away from him for it to work.
Yeah. Oh, nice block by Chris. Beth can recover from that.
Yeah,
and that's the danger of driving from so deep. Yeah. This is going to become a groan fest shortly.
Dinking and grunting.
Beautiful drive by Chris, but Rick was there to play the ball back.
Yeah, she found a nice spot, and the ball was dipping. Rick had to lunge and get down and be solid with that. Yeah. I think the grunt helped it get over.
And that's Chris. She is so smart at doing that. I mean, she can recognize when that player is going to move, and she plays it behind him so many times.
And I watched, you know, Dave and Chris were watching Rick and Beth's previous match, so they've seen him run that play.
All right, it's a 4-0 lead to Woodskin.
What I like that Beth did there is Dave was kind of drifting middle, and Beth went behind him to kind of keep him honest.
Yes. Again, that's the shot she's got to hit all day long to Dave.
Well, when she has time with that forehand, she's thinking about where it's going and where he might be going, and that was a very nice choice.
Yeah.
That's just Rick's belief in his hands.
Yes.
You know, Dave's hitting that hard, and Rick is still moving forward into it because he knows he's on it.
Yeah, that was out.
Yeah, they got what they wanted,
Yeah.
though. They're hitting. They were hitting balls from shoulder height or above, and they got 3 of them in a row. Just slightly missed, but based on, I think because of Chris's amazing defense.
Exactly. Yeah, I think the net threw her off there. Put it up a little too high. Oh, the benefit of a net court. I mean, they're taking full advantage of this. Going out to a 7-0 lead.
Side out. So
this is going to be the battle of the net courts. I mean, because these guys hit the ball so low, they don't give you much of an opportunity to hit high balls. So. Beautiful run by them. I think the wind blew that back a little bit.
Well, I mean, that's just amazing. Usually, people don't hit lobs when the wind is with them because it'll push it out, but Beth can control it in both wind directions. It's impressive. I think with the wind behind you also get the benefit of the net court. It hits the net court and it goes over for you. I think they've gotten 3 of them so far.
Yeah. Beautiful drive by Rick right behind Dave. I thought he was inching over to the middle. Caught him off guard.
Yeah, Dave is very good when his partner's returning at kind of getting big in the middle. And an accurate drive behind him is a good play. And another one.
Yep. And that's where I think they can make their bread and butter attacking him in that position all day long.
Yeah, but they're getting attackable balls,
yes.
So like those shots need to be prevented, not dealt with. So Dave and Chris can prevent those aggressive shots by getting the ball more on the ground, below net height, at Rick and Beth's feet. That's where they need to focus. So.
Nice shot by Chris. She held that shot as long as she could.
Yeah, that was 4 nice shots by Chris. Every shot she hit went right to their feet, got on the ground, and no attack could come.
Well placed shot down the middle by Beth. think really and truly what's happened there is, from my observation, is she's got Dave now thinking left or right, and he's kind of holding his position and not trying to cheat over too much.
They've gone behind him so much, it's going to be hard for him to feel comfortable bouncing into the middle.
Yeah.
Because whenever they have time, they've effectively gone over to his backhand side. I think Rick's chirping at me.
Yeah. Nice low ball back by Chris, you know, to the feet.
If she hadn't hit a nice low ball, Rick would have attacked big time.
Yeah. That was a quick game, 11-0. My goodness.
Yeah, they just were, Rick and Beth were all over him. They were getting a lot of balls to attack. I think Dave and Chris are going to have to, Dave and Chris will have to win behind them on the next game. So if they can get a little more focused, get the ball down, you know, so with the win behind, that'll take some of the time away from Beth and Rick. Beth and Rick hitting into the wind, their balls may float just a little more. However, Beth will probably use that when Beth was on the far side. Okay, here we go.
All right, Scott. Game 1 is in the books, and we'll be back at the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. We'll be back shortly.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
We're back at beautiful Newport Beach, California at the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships. We have Rick Witskin and Beth Bellamy going up against Dave Weinbach and Chris Anderson. Game 1 is in the books. Rick and Beth came victorious with an 11-0 win. And game 2 starts off with Weinbach controlling that point and getting a side out. With me is Scott Crandall.
Afternoon, Byron.
Good afternoon, Scott. So Dave and Chris has got to do something now to get themselves back into this match.
And right off the bat, you know, when you see Dave Weinbach driving his third, you know, that's not his normal MO. So he's trying to make something happen. You know, game one didn't go well, so let's just try to attack and try something new. So not a bad idea.
No, they were trying a little shake and bake. Chris was actually coming across the middle after that drive. Unfortunately, she got caught in the wrong position.
So both teams kind of getting used to their new sides. Pretty short points so far.
Yeah. And Beth trying to go behind Dave. Unfortunately, I think the wind had an effect on that shot there.
Yeah, the wind knocked the ball down and high part of the net.
And Chris tried the same thing with Rick. And I mean, they're both going to try and keep the guys honest and make sure that they don't poach across the middle too much.
Unfortunate, because Chris had that. She had that forehand lined up. I don't think Rick and Beth had it. If it didn't touch the net cord, that would have been a winner. But the net blew the thing a little deep.
Yeah, they were frozen. A shot into the body of Rick there.
Yeah,
couldn't control it.
Yeah, I mean, Chris popped up her fourth a bit, and Beth took it with her backhand, where I'd like to see her let Rick take a forehand on that pop-up.
See, they've actually changed positions.
Well, it's like now that Dave and Chris have the 1 point and they're kind of in that unstacked position. When Dave returns, he'll run over and play the left side, and Chris will go to the right. But when Chris is returning, she stays on that left.
Just a little long by Beth. But as you said, she's one person not scared to lob. Yeah,
she's very good at it. So
try to drive down the highest part of the net.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Dave has gotten a lot more active in game two. I think in game one he kind of let Chris take a lot of the drops and play, because if Chris is making her drop, it really is a great drop.
Yeah. Beautiful shot by Beth. I think Chris got caught in the wrong position there. She should have probably gone up a little further.
When she needs to maybe make a little more progress forward as the drop is flying through the air.
Beautiful shot by Beth.
Beth read that play. I want to see this replay. Oh, she knew it. David didn't even leave early.
Yeah.
She just knew, what
he was going to move.
What the aggressive guy would likely do, and even if she was wrong, it still was a Dave's backhand.
Yep. Not in net court. I mean, these guys are making a living off of the net court here, particularly Beth and Rick. What can you say?
No, that can be
frustrating.
That can be a little frustrating. You just have to. Try to stay positive. Try to stay into it. I mean, they've got 2 points. They're playing better now.
That serve by Rick just now was a little awkward, I would call it.
Nice volley by Chris. I love her positioning up there to receive that drive. She was on the kitchen, reaching forward. Hit a nice aggressive volley.
It was a nice angle, sharp angle.
Yeah.
Beth was caught right deep in the middle. That's the risk that you take. It's an all or nothing type of play.
Well, the little drop shot was so good. Rick had to just sell out and just to get to that ball. He did the right thing by dinking it.
Yeah. The ball never came up.
No, it's a great spot.
Yeah.
Rick is very good at that shot where if it bounces in the kitchen on his side, it's a nice little roll forehands.
Beautiful play by Chris.
That's the two-handed backhand you talked about earlier. Yep. Her two-handed backhand defense is excellent. You're not going to really overpower her. She's ready for that, and she can handle it.
Absolutely.
And that's why Dave wants to let Chris hit her thirds, because that was a brilliant drop that set him up for a nice put away.
And she's following the same script. Dave drives. So we've got a timeout by Witskin and Bellamy. I think they've got to go back and reassess what they need to do in order to stop Dave and Chris from controlling the match or the game right now.
Well, the success that Dave and Chris have been off of their when they've hit good thirds, they've set themselves up. I mean, when Chris hits that drive, drop, top spin, it's a weapon. Yeah, so nice crowd here on a beautiful day here in Newport Beach. Thank you. I think that's my my former mixed doubles partner, Takako, playing with their phone over there.
Yeah.
15 seconds.
So.
Oh, no, I see it.
So Dave and Chris have righted the ship, got some momentum going. They've found a few patterns that are working for them, and turned this into a compelling match. They both have a little more pep in their step, and they're looking good. So got a good match on our hands. Look at where Beth had to hit that fourth shot from. I mean, Chris rolled it down.
Right off their shoes.
Yeah, right off her shoes, and Dave is just waiting.
Beautiful lob by Beth. Chris was frozen. Couldn't react to that one.
What a point. What a point. And, you know, when Beth can reach out and then is into the wind, she could have done a lot with that. I thought she was going to attack it. To throw that lob up, that just shocked everyone. Dave couldn't even run for it because he didn't see it coming.
Both teams are exhibiting great hands. And
Chris's defense, look at how much better. She's on that ball from Rick. I mean, her paddle was on the first two with great resets, and she touched the last one too, which were, she's reading him now.
I thought she would have gone down the line on that shot, but she went across the middle. Rick read that and then came right across and attacked it. I don't think. That's a fun point by these guys. I think the grunt won the point there.
It's so funny to watch Dave and Rick grunting, yelling, talking. Chris and Beth are so serious. They're both like on, ready for the next point. Let's go. Okay, enough of your playing around, grunting. Hey, we're trying to win. They are both super serious, which is great. It's good to have both.
It's a good mix.
Both styles.
Yeah.
Dave read the play, but just wasn't.
But unfortunately,
wasn't clean on the way through.
One of his famous walk through the non-volley zone. Beautiful shot by Rick through the middle. Rick is feeling his oats right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you give him a high forehand right there, he's gonna put that one away a lot. Yeah, they're okay.
And that's the one thing I think we all would like to see in pickleball is some entertainment.
Yeah, I was going to say that I mean, we've got match point here. Rick went off script.
Yep.
Overdid it a little, but it's in the budget, so 6-10 for Chris and Dave now.
Yeah, he's got a few points to play with. And that's the two-handed backhand.
Well, the ball that Beth attacked probably just should have been a dink. She hit that a little hard. And Chris's defense has been excellent in this game. Again there, like Chris moves in while Dave is driving, and then Chris is Beth ripped that first ball at Chris, and Chris was on it. Yes. She was ready. I'm very impressed with how she stepped up her defense in this game, and how ready her paddle is. She knows it's coming, and she's just out in front handling that. That was not an easy ball to handle when the person cross court is ripping forehands at you.
And she's always been good at that. I mean, in the years I've known Chris, that controlled two-handed backhand volley that she has, it's a beauty to watch. I mean, if you want to teach someone about controlling a volley with their two hands, you would have her in a video.
Yeah, no, she's got that paddle out in front, and if she has time, she'll take a full cut at it. She's definitely hit me with that many times in rec play, but in this second game, she's just been readier and knowing that it's coming, and even if whether it's Beth or Rick, whoever's attacking her, she's been on that. So, but they've got it back to 8-10. It was just 6-10. Now it's 8-10. They've got a little bit of momentum. I would say a pretty smart timeout by Rick and Beth to see if they can slow it. But Dave and Chris have played better in this game. They know what's working for them, and they just have to execute the plan.
Yeah, especially from this side. I mean, they got to take full advantage of it.
Yeah, here, Beth just needs to hit a quality return so that you gotta make Chris and Dave's third a tough one, not an easy one. was a good point scoring opportunity. I mean, if you're at the kitchen taking the ball out of the air, you earned your way up there and you got what you wanted.
Yeah. The thing is that these guys keep the ball so low. I mean, the margin of error is very narrow.
Yeah. So Dave hit what he knew was a pretty good third, and he was ready to that third fifth combo. Hit a good third and come in and attack the next ball if it gets popped up. Great volley by Beth.
Those are some very good shots by Beth. I mean, she controlled that whole rally there, giving Rick the final opportunity to put it away.
Yeah, Beth made some quality shots in that point. Like, you know, but you know, it went from 6-10 to 9-10. So got a couple match points. Yeah. If Rick was smart, he would give the ball to his partner because. Wait, that's the wrong server. Yeah. Is it not 10?
Yeah, it's 10.
That Rick just served that ball.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not a ref.
No. But unfortunately, I think that was missed.
Yeah, but that's why when I'm the opponent, I am paying attention to what I'm paying attention to whether my opponent is in the right spot, not just whether my partner and I are in the right spot.
Right.
For situations just like that, I think Dave should have caught that.
Yeah. You know, the one thing I've always said, you know, when I played, it's that I knew the rules better than my opponents, and I always used it to my advantage. I mean, it gained me at least a couple of points in many matches.
Yeah.
In a situation like that.
I certainly don't know all the pickleball rules, but I know the score.
Yeah, absolutely. So this match was won by Rick Witskin and Beth Bellamy, a 2-0 win. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back shortly at the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport, California.
If you run, if you spin, if you jump, walk, hit, climb, hustle, or just move, you bounce. Bounce 50% less with SheFit. We got you, because we are you. SheFit.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
Hi, I'm Matt Wright, proud ambassador of Original Penguin.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Hiya, my name is Stacy Townsend, and let's learn to play better pickleball with Pickler and USA Pickleball. Learn to play better pickleball for free with Pickler and USA Pickleball.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
If you run, if you spin, if you jump, walk, hit, climb, hustle, or just move, you bounce. Bounce 50% less with SheFit. We got you, because we are you. SheFit.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
Hi, I'm Matt Wright, proud ambassador of Original Penguin.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of Pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
Can you hear me, AB? It's Randy.
It's a rule. It's a rule. They have to.
AB? Okay. All right, we're back at the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships. I'm here with Scott Crandall at this tournament where apparently the last match ended with a bit of controversy, and there was an incorrect server. Unfortunately, the rule as it is, you can have the match recalled if the score sheet hasn't been turned in yet. And Dave Weinbach found out that this had happened and is challenging the rule in order to get the match redone. So the question now is, has the score sheet been turned in before he protested the match? And
you know,
waiting to find out.
Byron, I learn new things every tournament. I learn new rules. I was not aware of that. I was, you know, I honestly wouldn't have brought it up. I only brought it up because I thought, well, if she doesn't call it and they tap paddles, I thought this is a done
Right.
deal. That match, I assumed that match was over. The fact that it can be brought back is that's a new one for me.
Yeah, you know, this is why I always talk about knowing the rules. That it is so beneficial to a team, because if it was a case of Dave knowing the rules before the score sheet had been turned in, and knowing the fact that it can be recalled, he could have easily gotten the match back in play. But as it is right now, the referee is saying she turned in the score sheet.
Well, if she turned in the score sheet and that's the rule, then it is done.
Then it is done. So.
And is it Mark Pfeiffer that's the?
Yeah, Mark Pfeiffer can make the decision here as to whether or not the match should be recalled, and but I don't think Mark is going to go against what is the written rule, and the rule states that a match can be recalled if the score sheet hasn't been turned in yet. So I mean, while they're walking off the court, they tap paddles, thinking that the match is done, and an error was discovered, a fault was discovered. You know, like in the NFL, you cannot end the game on a penalty.
Mm-hmm.
It's very similar in pickleball. The game cannot be ended on penalty unless that score sheet has been turned in and it's been recorded. Not just a matter of being turned in, but if it's entered into the system and it's reflected that Rick and Beth won, then it's too late for Dave and Chris to do anything about it.
Yeah, well, I see Mark. Mark is walking around in action now.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's heading over to find Rick and Beth.
You know, Mark wants what is right done. In most instances, he wants what's right, and you know, I can see him probably recalling this match. He walked away with some intention in his steps. It looked like he was going to go back and do something. I don't know yet, but we'll find out in a few minutes.
Well, yeah, I want to check my phone and see if the result is already up. Because if the result's already up, then it was recorded.
Yeah.
The result's in. So
yeah.
like, by the rule, if that's what the rule is, then if it's in, it's in.
Yeah. Yeah. It's. And you know, I can only harp on this, and I really don't want to beat a dead horse, but that's what I talk about, players not knowing the rules that will be beneficial to them. You know, this particular rule is an extremely important one, as we've just discovered, because it was a 10-9 lead for Witskin and Bellamy. And Dave and Chris, they were on a roll, and perhaps if the fault was called, they go to a second serve. Who knows what would have happened?
It's definitely why I always strive to know where my partner and I need to be on our side, but I also like to know where my opponent is supposed to be, because if I want to, I don't like serving to someone when I know they're at a position that feels a little cheap to me, and it kind of depends on the vibe of the match. A lot of times I will kind of tell them when the ref calls it, I'm like, "Are you guys ready?" Just sort of sarcastically, and then they'll, invariably it's Mills, and then he just runs over to his side and returns. But here it's like knowing the rule about, once the score sheet is entered, no one's going to know that rule except for a certified ref like you. But as a player, you definitely should have known what the that the opponent was at a position when they served.
That is correct.
It's like as soon as Rick hit that serve, I'm like, are we going to stop? I was ready for someone to stop the point, because that's your point if you stop it, or for the ref to have called it.
Yeah. In my position, doing the broadcast here and being a referee myself and being a head ref for the APP Tour, it's a kind of a tenuous position that I'm in, because I don't want to call out a referee openly and blatantly say, you messed up. However, on the broadcast side, we've got to point out things that we see, and the obvious that we saw was that as you pointed out, Rick was serving from the incorrect position. And
no, my intention is not to put the referee on blast. It's just to observe it happening and point it out. And honestly, if Jeff Warnick were watching, he's the type that would notice that sort of thing, and he would mock me for not noticing, because it's like he would be like, Scotty, they're at a position, you got to know that. Are you not paying attention? So yeah, it's like there are a lot of players who play this game who would be all over that.
Absolutely. And I tell you, I can call out maybe just a handful of players, particularly on the pro side, that would have recognized something like that, because as a pro, you're more focused on what you've got to do. You're focused on and you're intentional about your play, and therefore you're not so concerned about the opponent. You hope that the referee will take care of that stuff, and you're not even interested in what the score is. Let the referee do their job. So that fact is evident in when a player doesn't recognize this, then it comes back to haunt them.
Yeah, it was entered, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They entered it right away because they're trying to get the other one.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. We've just heard from the director of officiating for USA Pickleball, and he is not going to recall the match, as he stated that it has already been entered into the system, and as such, the match is over. So we'll be moving on to the next match coming up shortly.
So it looks like I see Julie Johnson and Mircea Marariu and Matthias Johansson and Jen Dawson. So they're playing. This is the third-fourth match. The winner will move on to bronze to play Chris Anderson and Dave Weinbach, and the loser will be in 4th place. So to me, in tournaments, this is always the biggest match, because the winner gets a medal and a check, and the loser gets nothing and nothing. And this is always the most painful one. 4th. Gosh, I have a list of 4th place just heartbreak stories, and it's
You're
just
right
terrible.
there, huh?
Yeah. So this match, this match is always huge. For those reasons. So you give everything you can on this one, and to me, this one's bigger than the bronze medal match, because it's like, well, you've already got something. You're already on the podium.
Yeah, you can relax a bit, because once you get to the gold medal match, you got a sense of accomplishment.
Even the bronze medal match, you've accomplished something. Yes. You're getting a medal. You're getting a podium picture. You're getting a check. So this is this is the big one right here. So Julie and Mircea played them many times. Julie is an extremely athletic left-handed player. She has. She's, I say athletic because she's got some great hands. She will make some gets that are just unbelievable. You think the point's over, or you think you've got her, and she will just put that paddle on the ball and make it. She's also super fast, so she'll like run down a ball that you don't think she's getting. You think the point's over. It is not over. And because she's left-handed, it's like Mircea gets to play that left side and do what he likes to do with his forehand in the middle. Right. So they're a very experienced team together. They play almost every tournament together. I haven't seen either of them play with someone else maybe once or twice because of a scheduling thing. So they know each other really well on and off the court. They're great friends, and they're just a great team. So it'll be fun to watch them play. Mircea has some of the fastest hands in the game. When he's sitting backhand ready, he's a little bit like Weinbach, where you just don't go there, because it's not getting reset, it's getting countered, and he's gonna hit you with the ball really hard if you attack him to the wrong spot. So you don't want to go hard at Mircea's waiting backhand when he's at the kitchen.
Yeah. I look at Julie stylistically. You would think sometimes, how is she getting the ball back? She uses that left hand of hers very effectively. Her paddle is in a position where you're not sure that ball would ever get back, but boy, it gets back over the net. And like you said, Mircea, he is fantastic. He has a great forehand, first of all. You don't put the ball up on his forehand, he'll put that ball away. And so they know each other well, like you said, and they complement each other very well on the court. On the other hand, we've got Jennifer and Matthias, who, like you said, they have not played much together, and we'll see how they fare against with the pressure that Mircea and Julie will bring to them.
Well, so we watched Jen and Matthias lose to Rick and Beth, and then they went back down to the back draw, and they played Natalie Bagby and Rich Lopez, who are a very strong team. They've had a lot of good results together. Earlier today, they beat Kim Jagd and Scott Crandall, a great mixed doubles team. So they're very strong. So Jen and Matthias kind of got back to some winning ways with a good win in the back draw. So they've got recaptured a little momentum. So they're probably feeling happy to have another chance here on center court. So I'm expecting them to play well.
I'll say this: it's a bittersweet feeling that you play them and then make them, but at the same hand, I like having you next to me here on this booth. You're a great guy at analyzing play, and I certainly appreciate that.
Now it's fun to be here on mixed day. Yesterday was a long day in men's. I gave everything I had today to my partner, but we just came up a little short, and so now it's nice to be here in the shade watching these guys battle it out. Mircea and Matthias, both great singles players. Well, actually, Julie and Jen, I think, played in the finals of the women's singles yesterday. So we have 4 excellent perennial medalists every singles tournament they play. So these 4, they enjoy the pain and they enjoy the grind and the battle. You know they're all just giving everything they've got.
Yeah, and it's going to be a grind. I mean, these guys are not going to give any quarter. And, so we've got referee Mr. Tom Whitson will be calling this match. Tom, a veteran referee.
I would give Matthias and Jen. I think it was a slight advantage that they've played a match on this court already today. I don't think. Actually, I think earlier before the broadcast came on, I think Mircea and Julie, they might have played a match on here. I'm not positive about that. So that's probably even in terms of their being used to this court.
But let me ask you, aside from the wind, which is, like you said, has been changing directions quite frequently, would you say a backdrop with that big blue backdrop with Consumer Cellular will be better facing that or facing the other side where it's a little more open air?
I much prefer the facing that Consumer Cellular dark background, windscreen. I think visually that you've got some contrast there. So I think visually that would be the better side. The facing kind of the open air and kind of a variety of whatever you're looking at the other direction. It just, to me, if you ask me the two, I would rather look into a nice dark background.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to get started shortly. Just to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, we are the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. I am Byron Fresso, along with Scott Crandall. We bring you to action on center court here at the Newport Beach Tennis and Pickleball Center. We've got Jennifer Dawson and Matthias Johansson going up against Julie Johnson and Mircea Mararu. This is a bronze medal match. And
Mircea's having a discussion with the ref. I'm not sure what they're talking about. Mircea's got his nonverbal communication looks interesting. He's trying to make a point over there.
Yeah, that is Mircea. I mean, he's a very sensitive guy, and things bother him tremendously when it's not in his realm, so to speak.
He's a sensible guy, and he wants things to be fair. So I have no idea what they're talking about, but I'm sure he had a good point, whatever it was.
Yeah. And we're off. Jennifer Dawson serving.
So the first surprise to me is Mircea and Julie started off with Mircea playing
on the right.
On the right, yeah. On that return point. And they're doing the same here serving. Serving, you control what side you play, and they're purposely putting Julie on the left.
Yeah, I guess they want Julie facing up against Jennifer and get more Mircea into a cross-court battle with her.
Well, boy, it only took a couple points for the singles speed to show itself off. Both Julie and Mircea making some long runs to get to these balls.
Yeah, but the thing as I noticed there, it's now they're depending on their backhands to be the shot-making hand, and it's a bit more difficult than if it's your forehand.
They have backhands in the middle, but Mircea's backhand in the middle is pretty good if he's already at the kitchen. See right there, I mean, Matthias went big middle, Mircea's on it, and then the next one went out wide to the side for the win.
This is very interesting to see how they're going to handle this. Going back into standard formation. And that's the thing. Matthias is a long guy. He's got long arms, so you can't afford to make any kind of a mistake in the middle there.
Nice hands from Matthias.
Great coverage.
And I think Mircea and Julie are just probably worried about what's going to happen in the cross-court exchanges with Jen. Because Jen hits such an aggressive dink, and now instead of being to a righty's forehand where they maybe can deal with it, it's to Julie's backhand, which she may not prefer. So she may not want to be in that pattern.
Right, and that's what I suspected. A little bit of confusion there. They both pulled off from the ball at the same time, and you never want to see that. I prefer to see you clashing paddles than just let it go. Nice play by Julie.
That was very nice. She took that out of the air, net height, and did something with it. Not an easy play.
I think Mircea is a little uncomfortable with what he's saying. He calls a timeout. We've got a timeout by Julie Johnson and Mircea Morariu. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. This is a bronze medal match.
No, this is the third-fourth. The winner of this will get to the bronze.
My apology, yes. This match, it's Morariu and Johnson against Jennifer Dawson and Matthias Johansson. It seems that there's probably an issue between Mircea and Julie. They don't seem to be angry. I think Mircea is trying to make a point.
Well, it's like the patterns are important in these matches, and Jen and Matthias ask a lot of difficult questions, and you need to align yourself the optimal way to deal with all of their good shots. So it's good to make sure you're doing the things you want to do. Yeah. So I think that's a great timeout. Get squared away.
And immediately the net court decided to disrupt the whole plan. Good attack by Julie.
And that was great. Mircea got big in the middle and made it tougher and tougher for them to find Julie.
Yeah. And he's got to do a lot of that in this match.
And he can.
Yeah.
Great reset.
And that's the problem right there. I mean, Matthias is being big in the middle, his long arms, long reach.
Yeah, but I mean, Mircea and Julie made them hit about 8 extra shots to earn it. That'll leave some scar tissue.
I think that was out. That's the one thing about Mircea. He will verify before acting.
Yeah, well, Mircea likes to be the starting server. He's got the orange wristband on, indicating that. But he also likes to play the left side. Yeah. So those two things could be confusing when it comes to keeping score. So it's good that he's in the habit of asking a lot.
Yeah. Nice attacking shot by Julie. Set that up beautifully with the low attacking balls, and Mircea finished it off.
He finished it, but I bet Jen wishes she had let that go to see if it was going to land in.
Yeah. 4-5-2. Beautiful drop by Mircea, low to the shoes, and a lot of backspin on that.
So a nice little comeback after Mircea's timeout. They've tied the score up at 5 after being down 4-1 early.
just want to take that back. But, I mean, they set that point up beautifully, just did not finish it. And that's Matthias' strength.
Well, not only, it was a great forehand, but the spot that he hit it just outside of both their reach, where Mircea really would have had to commit to cover that.
Yeah.
Tough to take that cross court well hit dink and then push it up the line accurately. Tough shot.
Yeah, you got it. Line being a defender.
So that just, you know, that's you know, Jan and Matthias scored three quick ones, on short points, and that's what you need to prevent. But that's just the strength of Matthias's forehand. He'll get points in bunches, and you've got to deal with that first one.
Yeah, this is a 15-pointer, so you know, there's no room for error here. You gotta, you know, it's all out, win or go home. So.
There's
got Sean Bollettieri in the house. He owns this tennis club, the Newport Beach Tennis and Pickleball Club.
And for Southern California, this is such a great place to play pickleball. They have so many courts here, and they're all really nice and individually fenced, and they're true pickleball courts. I always love coming down here to play. I'm fortunate that I live in LA, so I'm only about 40 miles away, which is about an hour. So it's great to play here.
So we're back at the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Pickleball Championships.
Oh, he mishit that perfectly and got it to drop. Mircea, I mean, when it passes your shoulder, when Matthias hits a drive and it's shoulder high, you want to let that thing fly.
Right.
And unfortunately for Mircea, Matthias didn't get all of it, and it took it had some late downward movement towards the line.
Yeah. Would you say that Matthias's shots is more of a flat shot he hit, or it's a lot of top spin?
It's a little bit of top spin and very flat. It's flat and hard, which is why he's able to kind of take. He's pretty good at like anything that lands a little short. He's just gonna come right at you. He doesn't put a lot of spin on it.
Right. Yeah.
There's a little, but
but he's going more for power and accuracy, which he's demonstrated so far. So, but that one was a good lucky shot, I would say. All right. We're back. It's a 9-5 lead for Johansson and Dawson.
Great return by Julie. So they got away with it there, but I would say if Jen's going to play with Matthias more in the future, while he's hitting that forehand, I would like to see her creep in a little more, because she has great hands. I want her there to, you know, put stuff away. Don't give them an easy out just to block it back to her.
It's almost like they want to play in an I formation, and she wasn't sure where to go.
It's like if someone's hitting high drops, I don't really want to run in on those, but he's ripping forehands. It's like, get in there and be scary. If you don't have good hands, you can't do it, but she does have good hands. Ooh, gosh, you want to run his ankle a little.
Wow. I thought he was going to break his ankle there just now.
No, I was wondering if he was going to kind of come off. He's walking it off. Yeah. That looked a little awkward.
As Julie's got be a little more consistent now. There are too many shots that are unforced errors.
Well, dealing with these quality drives is not simple.
Yeah.
Well handled. What a shot.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Jen did that just perfectly. You know, it's like the net court happened. She didn't overdo it. She did just the right amount, got Julie running sideways, and then Matthias is there to clean up the high ball.
I thought initially she was going to go for an around the post shot, but she tried to play it back in.
So there's the shake and bake. I mean, both, you know, Jen's drives are amazing, and Matthias is his length up there is scary.
No.
Good leave. It's tough on the short return that stays low. Hard for a driver to get it up over the net, but then back down into the court.
See, and this is where I think Murcher tends to start pressing quite a bit when they get down. I mean, it's a long road back if they're going to make it, but. Good play.
It's a long road, but it's been done before, and he knows that, well, if it's going to happen, he's probably going to have to be super aggressive, so let's start being super aggressive.
This is where he's got to go down fighting if he's going to go down. So
yeah, Jen was just a little overcooked on that next one. It was a tough shot to hit that well.
Beat that, you know.
Mirich has got a sense of humor about it.
And as we see, that's been happening all day. Obviously got to hold him here.
Jen doesn't know where to go. She did the right thing.
Oh, she tried to finish it.
Mirchik gets a net cord and celebrates. What a point. Great match point to end on.
I mean, they fought, but unfortunately, just Matthias was intent on just finishing this thing.
Yeah, Matthias played very aggressively there. They were very effective with their third shot, drive, and crash. But congrats to Julie and Mircea for fourth place in this field. It's a pretty strong field today. There were a lot of good teams, and they had to beat a lot of good teams to get here. So, so good for them for getting fourth. But Matthias and Jen are going to move on to the bronze medal match against Dave Weinbach and Chris Anderson. I imagine I'm fairly okay.
All right, we're going to be right back. The Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championship. Stand by for more action on center court here at Newport Beach.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
When it comes to sports bras and activewear, it's not enough to just do it. You have to just do it right. That's why She Fit's perfectly fitting gear embraces and supports women's bodies. Made for ins and outs, ups and downs, starts and stops, and everything in between. We got you. Because we are you. She Fit.
Hi, I'm Matt Wright, proud ambassador of Original Penguin.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
Hiya, my name is Stacy Townsend, and let's learn to play better pickleball with Pickler and USA Pickleball. Learn to play better pickleball for free with Pickler and USA Pickleball. Hiya, my name is Stacy Townsend, and let's learn to play better pickleball with Pickler and USA Pickleball. Learn to play better pickleball for free with Pickler and USA Pickleball.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
If you run, if you spin, if you jump, walk, hit, climb, hustle, or just move, you bounce. Bounce 50% less with She Fit. We got you. Because we are you. She Fit.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
Matt Wright, proud ambassador of Original Penguin.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
Welcome back to the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. I'm Byron Fresso along with Scott Crandall, bringing you all the action on center court here in Newport Beach. We've got a bronze medal match coming up between Dave Weinbach and Chris Anderson versus Jennifer Dawson and Matthias Johansson. I would suppose that this is going to be a match that's going to have a bit of fireworks in it because Johansson is going to be bringing a lot of firepower in along with Dave. Scott, you know these guys very well and you've seen what they can do. What type of match do you think we're going to have here now?
So this is, I think Chris and Dave are going to play more of a old school third shot drop, play longer, slower points type of game, and then Matthias and Jen Dawson are going to take their big ground strokes and just say, here, see if you can deal with this, because it's coming. And that's what Matthias and Jen were very successful at in the last match, the third match. They effectively hit very strong drives and then picked off the next shot, if the volley came up weak. So I think that's kind of going to be that's their strength, and so I think that's going to be part of their game plan. And Matthias also was much more effective at being long and being a nuisance in the middle of the court than the previous match he had played, where Beth and Rick had kind of kept him pinned to his side. All right, so
all right.
So these two teams haven't played each other. They were on opposite sides of the draw. So in the winner bracket final, we watched Bellamy and Witskin beat Anderson and Weinbach. That dropped them down into this bronze medal match. And at the bottom, the 4 versus the 5. So Dawson and Johansson just beat Julie Johnson and Mircea to get here. And then awaiting in the gold medal match is Beth Bellamy and Rick Witskin. So that's who the winner is going to play. The winner of this match, and this should be a bronze medal match, 2 out of 3, games to 11.
And don't forget, win by 2.
Oh, we're winning by 2 now.
Oh, yeah, that's the question that always comes up. Do we win by 2 or by 1? No, it's always win by 2, per the rules. Yeah. So.
If it was win by 3, these matches would take a lot longer.
So we expect that, like I said, we're going to be having some fireworks here in a minute, and I expect that Weinbach is going to be in full bloom with his vocality. And
yes, but he's the only one of the 4 who will be grunting. Matthias is a silent assassin. Chris Anderson doesn't make a lot of noise. Jen hits the ball hard, so she'd probably come in second to Weinbach, but I don't think she does either. She's just compact and strong.
Yeah.
But I think this kind of contrasting styles. I really think Matthias and Jen are going to. First of all, they see it's just okay. Attack Chris, and this will be about. How good is Chris's defense at neutralizing getting attacked? If you can handle Jen's first drive, if you can handle Matthias's first drive and get the ball back on the ground, Now you're making them play the soft game that they don't prefer to play, and is more in the wind-back strength. And you give Chris time to hit her forehand, and she does very, very well.
Yeah, I think that Chris is, with her style of play, I think she can neutralize a lot of what Jennifer and Matthias does. I think the key right now too is Weinbach coming across the middle on a lot of shake and bake. If Chris drives that ball, which is what she have a propensity to do, he can come over, finish it off. But on the other hand, if Johansson starts driving and Jennifer is driving, how does Weinbach and Chris handle that? Do they just block it back, or do they want to attack it back? We know Weinbach likes to attack everything.
Yeah. I think Weinbach is very strategic. I think he will be aware of where you want to go to Matthias, and I think he will have let Chris know. It's like, hey, if you have the time and the choice, it's like let's direct traffic towards Matthias's backhand so he can't attack us so much. So I would imagine we'll see a lot of Dave and Chris hitting to Matthias's backhand, and then we'll see how Matthias handles that. And because I think if Chris versus Jen cross court, it's like I think if you ask Matthias and Jen, they'd say, okay, well we'll take our chances with that. I don't want Dave hitting too many balls, but if Chris is hitting a lot of forehands, that's just Chris's forehand and Jen's forehand. They're both so strong. That's just like an even money.
Yeah, but you bring up a point, Chris and Jennifer dinking. Would you give the advantage to Chris or Jennifer in that cross-court dink battle?
I don't think either one of them like to dink for a long time. I think they're both gonna, as soon as they see kind of whoever gets a forehand that they have a little bit of time with, is gonna do something with it. So I don't think we're gonna see a lot of long cross-court forehand dink battles, and they're both very strong with that forehand. So I'm going to avoid answering that question.
But one of the things I think with Chris, though, she has that inside-out shot that she would hit off of a cross-court dink. She'll just turn it and try to go behind Matthias.
That's true. I think Chris is going to have more options because she can go behind Matthias, and Jen is not going to have that option because going behind Dave is a little bit riskier than going, and changing the direction on a cross-court dink and then going up the line to the guy. That's a tough shot. So I think Chris will have a little better some better options, some better looking options than Jen. So Jen will probably just take her forehand and just send it at Chris the first good opportunity she gets.
She has that sweeping forehand she likes to hit. Definitely some contrasting styles here. We'll see what happens.
But what's for Jen and Matthias, they just came off of a nice win. They played very well. They got the feel for what they do well. So that's a good mindset to go into playing this next match.
Yeah. Our officials today is Mr. Mike Kunkis, and the lead referee Mike Kunkis, and the second will be Mr. Bill Plesher out of Arizona. As we watch these players warm up with their serves. The winner for this match will go on to the gold medal to face Beth Bellamy and Rick Witskin.
And we've still got pretty consistent, I would say 8 to 10 mile an hour breeze going from the near side towards the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Championships sign on the far side. That's sort of the direction the wind has been going, and pretty much always goes when you play here. That comes off the ocean, just kind of heads
it's a nice
that
cool
direction.
breeze, though.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect play too much. It's just enough to be able to play it.
Right. We've got a nice crowd here under the tent.
Three out of the 4 of these players are from Southern California. The Badger being
the interloper,
the exception.
All right, the action is on. And this is the battle that I expect is going to happen. You know, I think Chris is going to want to outdink in a cross-court battle with Jennifer.
Well, she did that time. That was a very nice, nice deep topspin dink. So that point, like that answered a couple questions about, you know, where's Chris going. She made it pretty clear there. She's going to keep Matthias home.
So, yep. Beautiful.
Great shot by Jen.
Jen.
Right, and then the question Matthias needs to answer is how effective is he going to be at dealing with that? Can he deal with it and put himself in a good situation? They did there.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're right. I mean, she's got to keep him at home and not let him become big in the middle. You know, just.
Great defense from Chris Anderson. She just puts herself right there on the kitchen and just handles, neutralizes that big drive with a quality volley.
Yes. Oh, they're bringing the heat.
Well, and what you don't see from Chris or Dave, you're not seeing resets.
No.
They're taking full cuts on the counter. Fun to watch.
Got it. I got it.
Beautiful turn and inside out shot by Dave. I think caught Jennifer by surprise there.
Yeah, I think it, I don't know, skidded on the line a little, had a little extra movement, I thought.
Yeah.
So those, when Chris is 5 feet behind the kitchen, those are resets.
Yes.
She is there playing defense. When she's on the kitchen, she's countering. Those resets were great.
Matthias will not be denied. Straight through the middle.
0-3-1. Second server.
Try to be a bit too ambitious there. I don't think that was a good shot for him to try and drive, but he's used to doing that.
Yeah, but if Chris had left it higher, it would have been a good play.
Yeah.
Chris's shot was good, but Matthias has got to take some chances, and the time to take chances is when you're serving. It doesn't cost you a point. So I kind of like the aggressiveness from him.
3-0-1. Second server.
A great return by Jen, nice and deep to set Matthias up there to hit forehands.
3-0-2.
Great poach by Weinbach.
And Dave's been looking for that. He's looked 3 times already. That's the first time he timed it and went.
That's the chemistry that the both of them have, you know, after playing for so long.
That ATP defense from Chris Anderson was fantastic. Matthias had a nice ATP, and Chris was there to defend it.
And not only that, that's what I talk about, that inside-out shot that she's going to hit. That will force Matthias to stay home quite a bit now.
Don't want to get Dave involved in too many of those hands battles.
No.
A, he's good at it, and B, it fires him up.
It's a beautiful day here in Newport Beach, 72 degrees, but we've got a 10-mile-per-hour wind blowing here for these guys.
Oh, I said 8 to 10, but I'm not an official weatherman.
Side out by Matthias and Jennifer.
Yeah, good timeout. You don't want to. You want to keep them close. You get 2 timeouts per game, so we're more than halfway there. So let's stop the momentum, see if we can, find a way to
stem the tide here.
Well, yeah, find a pattern that's working. I've seen Jen and Matthias have hit some very nice deep returns, and set themselves up in good positions. But it's like, Dave and Chris have just neutralized with solid thirds and solid defense.
Yeah.
So you just gotta stay on it.
Yeah, I think Chris is doing a fantastic job. I mean, she's controlling the situation here between her and Dave, because she's keeping Matthias honest. Yeah, I mean, she's going behind, she stays behind him, then she goes cross court to Jennifer. But the problem is that Matthias can't run away from them, as demonstrated by that last shot. He tried to move across the middle, and she turned that shot inside out down the back on the backside.
Yeah, I think Matthias would probably be okay sticking more on his own side and letting Jen just deal with her side.
Yeah. I can't disagree with that.
She's got firepower on both sides. Let her get it done. Yeah, and just focus on hitting. Quality backhands on your side, and then trust your partner. Not implying that he wasn't trusting her before. He was just trying to be an aggressive guy with a big forehand. Yeah. But if you're getting exposed on your backhand side, you got to make some adjustments.
Oh, beautiful shots by Jen. Chris is, she's on fire now, man.
Yeah, she opened up the court and then just let Dave clean up the rest.
Well, if you ever want an ally, depend on the net court to get you, to get the job done for you.
Matthias hit a good serve, which Chris hit a short return. There's another short return. So great defense by Chris, but she's having to handle those forehands because Matthias's serve is getting some weak replies. They need to hit a better return, or else Matthias is coming again with this one.
Another short return. A little bit of confusion between Chris and Dave.
But Matthias is getting ahead in the point right off the bat with a strong serve and a quality third.
Jennifer had a good game plan there.
Yeah, fun point. Would have been fun to watch her hit that right at Dave and see what he's going to do with it.
That's too good a drop. I mean, that thing died as it hit the court.
Yeah, and the wind knocks it down even more.
And that's what Matthias has got to do. He's going to try to keep Chris at least pinned back and not let her come up and do the damage that she does from 5 feet behind the non-volley zone line or right on the non-volley zone line. Yeah. He's very intentional, as you say, in what he's doing.
That's great defense by Chris.
Too good.
That ball was coming hard, and she was she was ready, and she's resetting from 4 or 5 feet behind very well today.
Well done by Jennifer. Set her own self up, got the ball she wanted, and put it away.
So the last time Matthias served, he served big, got a short return, and attacked. And there he goes again, and it's working. That's the playbook. It all starts with a really nice serve, though.
Oh yeah.
And it helps to have a beast of a forehand too.
Man, he can attack from anywhere. He's in full beast mode, huh?
But look at how good like that serve and that drive. Like, these returns are coming in about 3 to 5 feet past the kitchen line, and that's based on the quality of Matthias' serve.
Oh yes, he's in an all-out attack here. I mean, they've got to withstand this kind of a pressure he's putting on them, and forcing some kind of resets that are not low enough. Oh boy.
Well, the worse your return is, the better your volley has to be.
Yep.
And that's what they're not doing either of those well enough to stop Matthias.
Good finish by Dave.
Unfortunately for Jen and Matthias, that's the only thing they've got going.
Yep.
They need to get the rest of the game going too. Good reactions by Matthias. That's not one Dave's going to miss often, but he can't miss it if you don't make it.
Yep. Oh, there you go again. That's where she has got an advantage, because she can turn that shot anytime she wants.
Well, but look, did you see how quickly she got back up to the kitchen line?
Yes.
You can't hit that shot if you're not ready and leaning forward. That was a great shot.
I think that's the advantage she has over Jennifer. Because Jennifer's going to come, she's going to sweep cross court. Her shots are nice and low, but she doesn't have that dexterity, I feel.
It's just different styles, different styles. Chris likes having a variety with her forehand, and is good at it. That's not a ball Jen misses often, and usually, she hits it nice and low. She makes that, and it's going to set, it's going to be a tough ball for Chris. It'll set her partner up, so.
10-6, what?
Beautiful approach by Dave on the game point, going to Dave Weinbach and Chris Sanderson. Dave, I mean, that was classic shake and bake with Dave and Chris there.
Yeah, Dave's been, the whole game he was constantly kind of looking, and late when it mattered more is when he struck.
Yeah.
He didn't sell out early.
That's right. All right, we'll be right back at the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. Stay tuned for more.
Hiya, my name is Stacy Townsend, and let's learn to play better pickleball with Pickler and USA Pickleball. Learn to play better pickleball for free with Pickler and USA Pickleball.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
We're back at the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. We've got second game coming up between Jennifer Dawson and Matthias Johansson against Chris Anderson and Dave Weinbach. Dave and Chris took the first game, 11-6. And there's that famous Chris Anderson inside-out shot.
Nice patient point. Chris is playing very well today.
Which will please Dave very much, would you say?
Oh yeah, I mean, Dave's super competitive, and when he gets a partner that's performing the way Chris is, that usually turns into wins.
Oh, she knew she just tried to go down the line and missed it completely.
Yeah, but it's the right idea.
Yeah. Beautiful volley. Forced Matthias to hit an errant shot.
1-1-2.
Good shot by Jennifer.
Yeah, she kind of snuck her way in and then was ready with that backhand when the time was right.
2-1-2.
Oh my goodness, that is too sweet.
I don't think a lot of people have that swinging inside out forehand volley behind the guy. That was brilliant.
Yeah, it's kind of uncharacteristic of Jennifer, missing so many forehand dinks. It just goes to the quality of dinks that Chris is hitting back to her. I mean,
yeah, Chris is playing well. Like, I mean, Jen's not missing easy dinks. Chris rolls and puts some stuff on him. It's not an easy shot. And then Chris is changing direction, taking that cross court and going down Matthias's line really well.
And I think that's the key here to their success. Again.
Okay, for the record, the men have both attempted ATPs, and the women have defended have defended it every time.
4-2-2.
Oh, Jennifer returned the favor to to Weinbach.
Yeah, like waiting on that ball and hitting it down the line was it took more composure than you realize. It's a great shot by Jen.
And that's a tough shot to defend right into the body. I mean, Matthias had no chance in doing anything with that.
Well, it's tough when Jen attacks cross court and Chris is ready for it. She's just going to rip it at Matthias. He needs to know that's coming. Good get by Dawson.
And that, you know, as I stated before, that's the place where you're going to beat Weinbach. Is hitting that shot behind him, like you said, out of his reach. So it's tough for him to defend it.
Chris is a half step and just a half. She's ready for everything. She's not being caught off guard, so she's being very offensive.
Forcing Matthias to press now.
Yeah, that's where you got to go. I mean, make the person beat you with their least preferred side.
Yeah. He almost got caught.
Yeah, well, I'm watching this replay. Let's check it out. He sees it coming. There's
ooh, that's a
okay. He stepped in, but he established it before he hit the ball. Because he did that right foot was in, but his right foot was outside the kitchen by the time. So good refereeing. Another good spot by Chris Anderson. She is finding that Matthias backhand and putting it in a spot where he's not able to do anything offensive with it.
We've got a timeout by Matthias and Jennifer. The score at 7-3. I guess they don't want to let this get out of hand, and it's a good time for them to take a timeout.
Oh, it's now or never. I mean,
all right.
So on that last Ernie. So let's watch Dave's. His left foot's good. Now his right foot there, but then so the question is, did he get it down before he hit the ball?
Right.
It's got to be a step, right? Well, you're the rule guy. Let's go.
Yeah. the key thing is that he hopped and hopped off the line just as he was about to hit. So the question, did he hit the ball just as he hopped off the line?
Yeah, you can walk through the kitchen as long as you establish.
Right. It looked to me like he established himself outside.
Right. You can walk right through it, but as long as you get outside and are established before you hit the ball, you're good.
Yeah. The key is that he had to put down that right foot first.
Yeah.
Because the left foot was already outside.
In my view, he did.
Yeah.
This would be a more fun conversation if he hadn't.
We're back.
Oh, Chris. She did. I mean, she hit 4 great shots at that point. She set the whole thing up if Dave just could have finished it, but great defense by Matthias and Jen.
7-3-2.
Oh, no, that is ridiculous.
That is such great awareness and control of the paddle.
Yeah. I mean, 5 feet behind the non-volley zone line and hits inside-out shot that had Matthias frozen.
8-3-2.
That's how you know Chris is on right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Dave would just stay out of her way, they'd be winning.
You know, sometimes that's the question people ask: why is the guy always taking the shot that a woman should?
I was being sarcastic.
Yeah.
But Chris is on fire right now, in my opinion, and I would just let her do her thing.
Oh, beautiful shot by Dave.
And I think Dave recognized that right there, because he let Chris kind of on the high floaters. Usually the guys come over and take it, but Chris is dealing with it well, so he just he wisely let her take that.
Yeah. You would say they're both in fuego, huh?
I think so.
8-3-1.
Oh, that court. And then you need a friend. That's what you ask for.
You never know when the turning point's going to come.
Yep.
3-8-1. Second server.
I mean, Matthias is going back to his playbook. Big serve, big forehand. But their Dave and Chris's returns are better, and their volleys are handling it better. So. Dave missed that. Missed it a little wide.
Yeah, he's not putting up an argument on it.
4-8-2.
Shot that was a little too high, and Jennifer took advantage of it. I mean, that's where she goes to her strengths. You know?
Yeah, Jen can put that ball away with the best of them. But Chris's positioning and her readiness at the kitchen and she's hitting some very strong volleys.
Beautiful pickup. Oh, that is so classic. You know, a nice soft dink right over the net.
Well, I mean, that's a nice high forehand. Dave loves those.
Yes, that's the first one that they weren't able to defend, huh?
Well, Jen was there.
Yeah,
she was on it. She was on it. It's not like that was a winner. I thought she was going to make it.
Nice shot.
Beautiful roll volley by Jen.
A really nice cross-court drop by Jen. Chris, I think she kind of undermoved her feet for how good Jen's drop was.
Not enough lift on that shot, too. Is this where you said, Dave, I give you one job?
I know. I mean, Chris is like, he can't get through me. Guess I'll have to go through my partner.
We've got a timeout on the court. 10-7 lead by Weinbach and Anderson. Trying to close out this match and go on to the finals against Rick Witskin and Beth Bellamy.
Yeah, not a bad timeout. You don't want to. You have the lead. You're sitting on match point. You don't want to give your opponent too much hope, because 7-10 can turn into 10-10 pretty quickly, especially with someone as dangerous as Matthias and Jen. They both hit such nice their shake and bake, their drives and follow-ups. You really need to prepare before the point starts to prevent it, because if you end up dealing with it, you're in trouble. And this game, they've dealt with it much better, with deeper returns and better volleys. At the end of game one, Matthias went on a nice roll with just crushing serves, crushing forehands, and getting way ahead in the point. And he's gonna, they're gonna try to do the same thing here. But Chris and Dave have done a great job of stopping it.
Yeah, we've got a nice crowd here for this match. A lot of referees out there checking out their fellow referees on the court.
So, where did that return land? Like, right on or near the baseline?
Yeah.
Great return from Chris.
Nice roll.
Good spot, right at her shoes.
You know, I notice a lot of players now going to third shot lob.
Matthias has hit that shot for a winner against me in a match before. It's not a good feeling.
Game point number.
Nice, Jen.
Oh, beautiful nice shot by Jennifer. She waited her turn on that one.
Oh, what a shot. That's a nice spot. She went right to Chris's right hip. Perfect spot to attack.
Yeah.
Not just Chris, but anyone.
Yeah. Beautiful shot.
Byron, there's the fireworks you were talking about before this match started.
Yes. And this is a lot of entertainment for you. If you ever thought pickleball was a slow sport, then this will change your mind quickly. Her bread and butter drive deserted her there.
10-7-1.
Oh, beautiful. She saw Dave committed and just went right behind him. And that's the problem sometimes when you want to poach a lot. How many net courts do you think we've had today?
In this match, not as many as Mirchi got crushed by him. He lost 7-0 on the net courts the previous match. Nice spot. I mean, Chris has hit that ball down where Jen is hitting it the ground and her paddle at the same time. That's a perfect spot Chris is finding.
Oh, she missed it. She had him
Well,
on
she
that
she
one.
had him, but that just goes to show you how difficult that shot is. And think about how many times Chris has hit it today. But it's a very difficult shot, and that's why changing that direction up the line, it ain't easy.
You know, she's a beauty to watch when she's defending. I mean, like you said, that paddle is out front. She's ready for that reset and controls it back, a very controlled shot back to the opponent.
She's not only expecting it, but she has an idea of where she wants to go with it.
Nice pressure by Matthias. And here it is, the match. Weinbach and Anderson moving on to the gold medal match. And congratulations to Matthias and Jennifer. They are bronze medalists today.
That was a very entertaining match. Matthias and Jen played very well in that one. I'm glad they played so well, because their semi against Rick and Beth didn't go great, but they really played a high level in that match.
Oh yes, I can agree with that. And I mean, they took everything that Dave and Chris threw at them, and unfortunately it was just not enough to overcome the kind of pressure that Dave and Chris was putting on them.
Well,
hey, we'll be right back at the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California, where Dave Weinbach and Chris Anderson will be moving on to the gold medal match against Beth Bellamy and Rick Witskin. See you on the other side of these commercials.
Hi, I'm Matt Wright, proud ambassador of Original Penguin.
If you run, if you spin, if you jump, walk, hit, climb, hustle, or just move, you bounce. Bounce 50% less with SheFit. We got you, because we are you. SheFit.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
Hiya, my name is Stacy Townsend, and let's learn to play better pickleball with Pickler and USA Pickleball. Learn to play better pickleball for free with Pickler and USA Pickleball.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
Hi, I'm Matt Wright, proud ambassador of Original Penguin.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
When it comes to sports bras and activewear, it's not enough to just do it. You have to just do it right. That's why She Fit's perfectly fitting gear embraces and supports women's bodies. Made for ins and outs, ups and downs, starts and stops, and everything in between. We got you. Because we are you. She Fit.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
Welcome back to the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. We've got a fantastic gold medal match coming up here on center court at the Newport Beach Tennis and Pickleball Center. Match between the undefeated team of Rick Witskin and Beth Bellamy against Dave Weinbach and Chris Anderson. As you well know, these players are fantastic players. They're the top players on the senior tour. And we're going to see some fireworks from these guys.
Yeah,
this is Byron Fresso and Scott Crandall bringing all the action to you.
Yeah, this is going to be a rematch of the winner bracket final. So it's the 1 seed versus the 2 seed. And Rick and Beth handled them pretty well the first time around. But you know, Dave and Chris played so well just now. I'm really expecting a much closer, much more competitive match this time. I think we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you know, Rick and Beth has been sitting for a minute here. You know, sometimes they have a tendency to start off a bit slow, but we'll see how it plays out. You know, as they say, they don't play this on paper. You got to get on the court and do it. So.
But yeah, to your point, Rick and Beth have been sitting a while, so that's why they're out there getting warmed up.
All right. So these players are warming up now. You know, Rick and Beth, like I said a few minutes ago, they've been sitting, and they've got to get themselves prepared here for Mr. Weinbach and Chris Anderson, who have just come off of a bronze medal match. So stay tuned for more action.
How much time? 5 minutes? 5 minutes? 5 minutes?
Yeah. Good.
Partner, what do you want?
All right, welcome back to the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. Coming up for you on center court here at the Newport Beach and Tennis and Pickleball Center is the gold medal match between Dave Weinbach and Chris Anderson versus Beth Bellamy and Rick Witskin. With me, Byron Fresso, is Scott Crandall bringing you all the action here in center court. So, Scott, we've got an action-packed match coming up here. I mean, these are two teams who are desirous of winning this championship, and they're going to do all they can to make sure they achieve the success that they desire. So let's take a look at our challenges here now.
So we've got Chris Anderson and Dave Weinbach work their way through the bronze medal match. They played a great match against Jen Dawson and Matthias. Dave is a super aggressive player. He's got, some of the fastest hands on tour, and Chris Anderson has won just about every tournament, every big tournament. She's got a ton of great high-level experience, and she's playing as well as I've seen her play in quite a while. She was fantastic in the bronze match. Her defensive hands were great, and also that forehand of hers was very targeted, going all over the place. So Dave and Chris are a great team, and they've got some momentum after the win in the bronze medal match. So this is a rematch of the winners bracket final that Rick and Beth won. Yeah. But I think having just won the bronze, I think Chris and Dave have a great shot at this in the golds right now.
Yeah.
So the undefeated team today so far has been Rick and Beth. They won 11-0, 11-9 in the winner bracket final over Dave and Chris. Rick and Beth have played a lot of tournaments together the last 6 to 8 months, so they know each other's games very well. Rick has got really good hands. He's a really big guy. He likes to cover a lot of court. He likes to poach. He likes to grunt. He's very, very intense and a very great competitor, super athlete. Beth Bellamy, I find that her accuracy and just her brains in her shots. She is very targeted, very decisive, and she hits to spots, and she's extremely accurate. Her footwork is phenomenal. I love watching her move around the court, and she always seems to be in a good position, ready to go. And she's, a great mixed doubles partner, especially for Rick, because she hits such quality shots and sets him up to do the things he likes to do. So these are two great matchups, two great teams that play well together, that have experience together, and I think we're in for a good one.
Yeah, I think we're in for a treat this evening here. These guys, I mean, they're a lot of fun off the court and on the court. I mean, they bring all the intensity that you would expect of a top player. So let's see what happens. Let's see the outcome of this one between Rick Witzkin and Beth Bellamy against Dave Weinbach and Chris Anderson.
So they're still going through some of the pre-match. I don't know if
ritual.
If they've done the coin toss yet, but
if I can just harken back a little bit, you talk about Beth's accuracy. I understand that she played a lot of tennis at Wimbledon and big tournaments, and so she brings that competitive experience to play here. I mean,
yeah, Beth won the NCAA singles championship in college. Was an amazing college player, and then she turned pro and had a nice pro career where she played all the majors and was phenomenal tennis player. And I think after that she was a very good paddle tennis player. She would play paddle tennis recreationally, and then it's only recently in the last few years that she's even picked up pickleball. I've been playing since 2019. I think she might have started in 2020. After that, she's been playing less than me. She's already accomplished a lot more than me. How can that be?
And her partner come from a strong tennis background also. Rick always talks about his brother being an inspiration for him. I think his brother passed from some sort of a brain tumor, and but his family, his nephew, his kids, they're all high-level tennis players, and so.
When we were at the New York City tournament a month ago, while Rick and I were playing men's doubles, he would take breaks to follow his nephew, who won the NCAA singles title while we were there. It was very emotional for him. He was so excited.
Oh yeah, I think Brian Shelton is his brother-in-law.
Yeah, he's got a lot of big-time tennis people in his life.
And if I would say, just to mention Weinbach, he has a tennis background, but he played a lot of competitive table tennis as a young man, and you could see a lot of those table tennis tendencies in his pickleball play.
The people who come to pickleball from table tennis usually have really fast hands.
Yeah,
and he's no exception. And they also tend to be good at kind of having the tip of the paddle down and being good at that, which is. Tennis, that's not a natural move. You never put the head of your racket down, and you don't do a lot from that spot.
Yeah.
But people from other sports, they come, and it's pretty natural, and it works really well in pickleball.
Yeah, I play a lot of high-level table tennis, and if I play table tennis and then come over to pickleball, it seems like the ball is a big, slow ball coming at me. I can utilize my hand speed. Might not have the leg speed, but boy, my hands are pretty much. And the same thing Dave does. He's got that hand speed from table tennis. Chris, on the other hand, played a lot of high-level tennis around the Southern California area.
Yeah, Chris is a solid tennis player. And Chris has a lot of pickleball experience. She's a very intense competitor. All four of them are, but it's Chris is super fun to play with and practice with. I'm fortunate that I get to practice with her quite a bit since I live here in Southern California.
All right, we're going to get ready to start this final at the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Championships in Newport Beach, California. Here we go. Start off with Rick immediately going down the middle and having a side out. You can almost see immediately what Beth is intending on doing. She's going to drive that ball and look for Rick to come across the middle on a shake and bake.
It was a nice low drive from Beth.
Yep, there she goes.
Yeah, did I say she's accurate? she hits lines and tapes, everything white. She'll put the ball on.
Yeah.
But that just goes to show how dialed she is. She's
yes.
dialed in right from the beginning.
Rick caught them flat-footed. And
so that move worked, awesome in the last match. And honestly, that shot from Rick was crazy good. I thought Chris's shot was pretty solid.
Yeah.
I think we should give Beth the credit for the winner there. I think her paddle was in front.
Oh yeah.
Rick only gets an assist.
Yeah, but you see what Chris did is return back to Rick, so to stop that low shot from Beth. She's going back again. Good play by Chris.
It's amazing. Chris went to Rick's backhand. It didn't work. But Chris, she's like, no, I'm going to make it work. She went back again and made it work that time. And the value of that is that it keeps Rick on his side. If you establish that you can go behind him, it makes it tough for him to keep poaching and being in the middle of the court. So a smart play by Chris, whether it works or not.
And she's the one player that can execute that shot effectively. Both of these teams coming out slugging.
Yeah. I think Dave hit an overhead, which means he probably
pushed off.
Yeah. Let's see if we have the.
No argument from Dave on that one.
Does he know what she called? So that's a body bag. Chris just lined up the forehand and just sent it. I think at this time of day it might be a little tough with the angle with the sun where Beth is looking to see that one coming. So you really need to have your hands up.
Yeah, I think that one's a bit deep.
I think they played it. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they played it.
Uncharacteristic of Beth, putting that ball into the net. But Rick and Beth has gotten out to a great start.
They've hit some quality shots.
Yeah. Can't get a more quality than that one, can you?
No, Beth has time and she's hitting it forehand. She usually puts it in a great spot.
Got what he wanted, but couldn't finish.
Did you see how many little steps Beth took to line herself up for that forehand? That footwork was
yes,
really nice.
When he could hope for a 2-inch lower net. You know, you read that from the time Beth reared back to hit that shot. You saw that coming, and Dave and Chris couldn't do a daggone thing about it.
Well, no, I mean, it was such a nice drop. She had to hit that from her shoelaces, and you have to just know the only answer is I have to dink this down the line. Such good defense from Chris.
Just could not finish on the offensive side. But they've got to keep doing what they're doing. You know, right now as it is, they're down 8-1. Well read by Beth.
She thought, what would my partner do? He would poach. I'm going behind him.
It's as though she was in his mind. Yeah.
You can't grunt if you miss the ball. That's against the rules.
Good idea, but just a little poor execution. Got players taking a wipe off.
Beth is doing a good job of neutralizing Chris's aggressive cross-court forehand dinks. Chris is hitting really solid dinks over there, and Beth when she faces it, she neutralizes it.
Yes.
Gets it back cross-court, keeps it out of Dave's reach, and just sort of resets the point, and it's like, okay, go ahead, do it again. She's not getting herself behind or popping it up, or she's handling her kitchen dinking well, because Chris is tough to dink against because she has such aggressive forehand topspin.
Right.
It's a hard shot to handle, and Beth is doing a good job. She moves her feet and just kind of redirects that thing back. It's hard to keep it away from the guy if a guy is out there poaching and reaching in. So that's something I'm going to be looking at when the ladies get into the cross-court forehand dink battles.
All right, they're coming out of a timeout called by Chris and Dave with a score of 9-1. Rick serving, trying to close his first game out. Not a good way to come out of a timeout and put it into net.
Just overcooked it.
Yeah. There you have it. Game one in the books. By Rick and Beth is taking it. Score of 11-1. Yeah. Kind of somewhat of a repeat of the last time they met, except this time they got a
totally different. The last one was 11-0.
Yeah. They saw 1 point more. Yeah.
It was very similar. I am impressed with how well Rick and Beth came out and played after having sat for well over an hour waiting for Dave to come back.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back from the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. Stay tuned for more action on the other side of these commercials.
Proud ambassador of Original Penguin.
When it comes to sports bras and activewear, It's not enough to just do it. You have to just do it right. That's why she fits perfectly fitting gear, embraces and supports women's bodies. Made for ins and outs, ups and downs, starts and stops, and everything in between. We got you. Because we are you. She Fit.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with the best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for half the cost. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get talk, text, and data starting at just $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and get a 100% risk-free guarantee. Call or go online.
We're back at the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. This is the gold medal match between Rick Witskin and Beth Bellamy versus Dave Weinbach and Chris Anderson. Rick and Beth took the first game. We're now in game 2. A nice slice dink from Beth. That hamstring tied up Chris.
Yeah, it had a nice cut and it didn't really come up, which made it tough on Chris.
Chris said, "I can do you one better then."
Yeah, that was a nice spot to put it away because Beth got the first one.
Oh, beautiful drops by Chris. And
it's always tough because Dave is sitting there. You don't know if he's going to poach, and he's quick. And Beth had to decide. And the first one, she went back to Chris, and she thought maybe Dave's going to move. It would have looked great, but Dave stayed home.
Yeah. And that's the spot where you don't want to hit Dave. Just out.
Nice idea, but tough to execute that one. And when you're receiving, that costs you a point.
Wonderful down the line shot by Chris. Rick was a bit too late getting over there. And she recognized it and executed her shot. Rick and Chris putting Dave and Chris putting a bit of pressure on Bellamy there.
Yeah, Beth needed to keep that away from Dave. Dave was ahead as soon as he got his paddle on that. But Dave and Chris have gotten out to a good start in this game 2, which they needed to after losing game 1 in a one-sided fashion.
Oh, wonderful get by Beth. I think it surprised Chris that she got that shot.
I mean, she didn't just get it, but she put a nice quality dink on it, too. And the net court wins again. Yeah, that's That's the second of those returns he's hit really hard and has hit the tape.
She lost her focus there a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Rick and Beth have successfully forced Chris and Dave to dink, and it's paid off multiple times already.
And that's wonderful. She just forced Chris out a little further, brought her in, and then put her back out again.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of game one, I was talking about how I was impressed with how Beth is handling these cross-court dink situations, and she continues to.
Oh, wonderful. I think there's a bit of confusion between Chris and Dave, and Beth made him pay for it.
Well, Rick set a nice screen for Beth. They couldn't even see Beth when she was hitting that ball because Rick just flew right in front of her. But that's the experience they have together. That probably threw Beth off the first 60 times it happened, but now she's used to it. That's an outstanding poke.
Well done.
He really wanted to get back on his side. But even the first time he moved, Beth naturally went over and covered for him and did a great job of it. And that's just the experience of them together.
What I think she did was to really keep the ball, the pressure on that ball on that one side.
Yeah, you have to be stubborn with hitting your spot.
Yeah.
You got to know what the spot is, and you have to be stubborn. You don't want to go off script.
Not many people win a handless battle against Dave, but she certainly won that one.
Because she was ready to be attacked from Chris. Just a little bit wide, but I mean, she's still hitting that ball to the right spot.
Yeah. Dave, they're trying to keep this close, but Beth is intent on not making it that way.
Beth's shot was too good. It was just low, so Dave can't counter it. If it's that low, he popped it up a little, and Beth was ready with the combo.
And as you demonstrate, hit it a wide backhand shot to Dave. That's his Achilles heel, if you might say one. He has one. Oh, that was right in the wheelhouse, man. Not much Rick could have done with that.
No, nice of Chris to set him up, though, by hitting the quality overheads. Dave got the easy one. Chris got the tough ones. Chris has a nice overhead. I would say that's ambitious, and
You know, but the thing is that he's so long and big. I mean, he can take that type of chance and risk, and he's got a good roll shot even from the wrist.
That's a risky play when you're the receiver.
Well done.
Good for Chris just to stay aggressive. You know, Beth's reading it and she's on it. But if you start it, that time they got to finish it.
How many times has she done that to Dave?
We've seen that play. We've seen that play quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
I mean that's why, you know, you see these top women in the gold medal matches, because you know they know how to deal with these aggressive men, and they know when to go behind them and when to take advantage. So that's just that's why she's here.
Oh yes. I can do you one better, says Chris.
That's a fun point.
Yeah. I've seen her unleash that two-handed backhand shot so many times. It's unbelievable.
But in the midst of a chaotic point, Chris stays ready.
Yes. Dave being Dave. At least we've got a battle here now, unlike game one.
Yeah. Both teams are playing well at the same time. You know how much composure that takes to sit there and wait on that to go back behind him on the put away?
Yeah.
Really good.
Discipline. Lots of discipline. I know. Does Rick think that the ball was out and he played it?
I don't know, but I think Chris burned him down his line is what I think.
Yeah.
Would have been more fun if Rick had to play that with his left hand.
Oh yeah.
It was loaded.
Wise of him just to let it bounce. It's too close to be playing, you know, with the house money.
Agree.
She had that loaded and locked, but just
I mean,
short.
Dave was kind of pushing over to take that from Chris, and Chris just stood her ground and dealt with it very well. That takes some confidence to do that, because I played with Dave last week, and there's a little pressure when he's coming over to take balls. It's like, I just step out of the way and let him take it, but Chris is like, no, I got this.
And she's a tough cookie, man. She doesn't take nonsense from any guy. Like I said, she doesn't joke around on the court. She, you know, she's here to play and win.
Oh yeah.
The net court giveth, the net court taketh.
It's part of the game.
Yes.
See, Beth's cross court dink's got a little cut, and it's staying low, and it is continuing to be pretty effective against Chris, because Chris likes to hit topspin, so she's really got to prepare and get under it.
Right.
And so Beth's dink is just not what she wants. Not what Chris wants, is what I mean.
Yeah. beautiful. Oh,
that's too
bad. That would have been beautiful.
The longer that point goes, kind of the more it's worth. I always find. And I wasn't counting. I think that was a 12 or 13 grunt point.
Just above that.
Those are worth more.
Oh, yes. She was prepared to burn him down the back.
Well, I think Chris even knew he might be going, but if she hits a good enough forehand, what's he going to do with it?
Right.
Especially when she's loaded with the next backhand.
Got it! That's it!
Chris and David holding on to
7-6-2.
slim lead. You know, that's a shot he normally makes, but that ball didn't come up at all. I mean, timeout by Witskin and Bellamy.
It's a good timeout because they were at 6-all for a long time, and they were at 6-7 for a long time. There haven't been a lot of points scored, and so when when you kind of give one up with I would consider that an unforced error. You're like, okay, now it's a 2-point gap. Let's just stop this momentum before it even starts. We're late in this game. Let's get ourselves aligned and make sure we play our best pickleball right now when it matters.
Yeah. Doesn't matter reassessing the situation and
let's
find out how you can go forward from here.
Yeah, let's not make a couple quick errors. We don't want to give a couple points away in a row. It's like the other team is serving. We need to put our best point together right now and side them out. I think that's their thinking. And Chris and Dave right now have played a very strong game too. They've earned themselves a nice lead. Chris has hit some really nice shots. She's gone behind Rick and set up Dave. Dave has had opportunities to be aggressive and taken them. So we've had some longer point development, and the one-sidedness of that first game is now we've got both teams playing well.
Great. Here we go. The return from the timeout with an 8-6 lead. It's Anderson and Weinbach. And they will try to close out this match, try and take it to game 3. Let's see what Witskin and Bellamy might have come up with in the timeout. How they approach this. Great shot by Chris, deep and low.
She just does the fundamentals very well.
Yes.
So there, that little roll cross-court forehand that Chris hits it's tough to deal with, which is why I said Bellamy had been doing a very good job. But that just caused her trouble because it's a tough shot.
Yeah. That came up on her a bit faster than she thought.
Yeah, I think she might have lost it briefly.
Yeah, I mean the sun is coming in there in their eyes, and you can see her squinting, trying to pick up the ball.
It's 9-6.
Out. Let's go.
9-6-2.
It's a nice spot that Chris found to set up Dave.
Yes. Oh, wow.
I like that call. Rick's calling it in, but challenges his own call. Let's see if the ref will.
Yeah, I think the ref is going to agree that it's out. Right. That's the end of game 2, won by Weinbach and Anderson. We'll be returning shortly to the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. See you on the other side of these commercials.
Hiya, my name is Stacy Townsend, and let's learn to play better pickleball with Pickler and USA Pickleball. Learn to play better pickleball for free with Pickler and USA Pickleball.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of USA Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
I will dig deep.
I will crush this game.
Athletes know nutrition drives performance.
I will not slow down.
Superior Lab supplements help you power up and recover faster.
I will never surrender.
Superior Labs is a proud sponsor of USA Pickleball.
We're back to the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championships in Newport Beach, California. This is Byron Fresso coming to you with Scott Crandall, bringing you all the action in the final game of this gold medal match. Weinbach and Anderson, Bellamy and Woodskin tied 1-1 going into game 3.
If Weinbach and Anderson win this game, they'll win this match, and then it'll go to a game to 15. But if Beth and Rick win, they win the gold.
Well, he's thinking that the ball came off the court. Ooh. Yeah, I think it might have bounced off the paddle first and then on the court.
No, I think Beth got it, but then Dave said it bounced twice in the middle of the point, which is a distraction, a hindrance, whatever you want to call it, and that's how. And so the ref gave that point to Beth, and in my opinion, rightfully so. Because from my eyes, I thought she did get it. Oh, Rick. Rick was on that play, but guess what? Chris was better.
Equally better.
Chris's ball got down. Yeah, that return was too short.
Yeah. Dave was a bit too late getting across there.
Yeah, Rick put it in a really nice, safe spot, but a good spot.
Normally she lines up that shot perfectly, but this, I think it was a bit too high and came on her a bit too fast.
I bet it was kind of an awkward spot.
Yeah.
But like Rick and Beth on this side, you know, 3-0 now. It was 11-1 here, and it was 11-0 in the first time. So they're doing well on this side.
Rick was ready for that. I mean, he's seen it a few times. You think?
Yeah, I mean it's an idea, but if the ball's too low, it's not there. Yeah, when Beth and Rick are unstacked like that, and Dave is kind of hunting in the middle of the court, you really need to be precise because you're not on your favorite side.
Right. Chris is very intentional here. I mean, she is zoning in on Beth right now and forcing her to hit some perfect shots.
Well, before Beth was hitting nice slicing, cutting dinks with her forehand, and Chris now aimed to the backhand side and made her kind of change Beth's shot.
Let's go. Come on.
We get a little replay here. Tough to see from here. It looked like it might have bounced on the line. Yeah. I like the ref had a really good look.
I think Chris is saying to Beth now, you know, I'm going to force you to play this and see which one of us can come out on top.
Well, and Chris is hitting quality shots, you know.
Okay. Rick putting a bit of emphasis on that shot. I think this is about the third time I've seen him go across that, and Dave defended it, and he couldn't come back and recover for.
Well, the reason Dave could defend it is because even though Chris might have known he was going, Chris kept the ball down, so Rick couldn't do anything with it. And Dave could handle that one.
Yeah.
So the tide has turned more towards Chris now in these cross-court dink battles. Beth hasn't answered with a nice cut response.
You can see it in Chris's body language. I mean, she's perked up. She's ready to get to the next serve as quickly as possible. And that kind of energy now she's bringing is paying off.
I think it's very tough for Beth to see where the sun is cross-court that way.
It's a tough court with the shadows there. Trying to have Beth come a little closer.
Well, Chris and Dave are winning most of these hand battles now, and it's because Chris is hitting quality shots and is ready right there. Rick has to come out with something outstanding like that to counter.
Thank you. Yes. We got Rick. Yeah. Yes. 4, 5, 1. Oh.
They got what they wanted that time.
When Beth has time, sets her feet, she hits a quality forehand, and that makes for a tough volley, and Rick's right there to pick it off. Well, we can't switch. It can't be any closer on the switch.
No, sir. So we're going to change ends at 6-5 with Witskin and Bellamy leading. Game 3, the gold medal match at the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Championships in Newport Beach, California. We've had some great action so far between these two teams, giving as much as they're taking, and it's a close match. In Game 3, we're at 6-5 with Witskin and Bellamy. Now, as they change ends, we'll see if it will benefit one team more than the other.
Yeah, I think. I mean, what I'm looking for is who's hitting better, who's hitting the better thirds. You know, the team that hits the better thirds, especially if it's Chris Anderson or Beth Bellamy hitting the third to set up their partner. Whenever they're hitting nice cross-court drops, the guys are just so ready to poach, and that play has worked a lot. So, the team that executes that plan the best, I think, is gonna come out on top. The other pattern I see is just defensively, Chris Anderson's hands have been excellent. Like, she's super ready to play defense. She's also been very ready to attack anything she can take out of the air. So if Beth or Rick leave anything a little high, Chris has been attacking it, and attacking it well, because she's been ready on that second one for the combo.
Yeah, and she's stacking balls very low. I mean, even low balls she's attacking. Yeah.
So it's just another really good third shot. Nice low drive from Beth, and the person on the right side, on the near side, it's tough to see with the sun. Uh-oh.
That's unfortunate.
At this point in the match, you don't want to give away freebies.
No. I think she thought Rick might have gotten to that one. Just delayed a little bit, and
well, it was just a nicely placed kind of slightly mishit volley.
Trouble.
I thought that was smart for Dave and Chris, just to leave Chris able to return and play her left side.
Right. And Chris can play both sides. I mean, she's pretty much the left side player when she's playing with a female.
Chris got a little stuck behind the kitchen there to have that hands battle with Rick. He was reaching forward. So that's the one where when Beth has more time, she hits a better quality cut dink, and that one is the one that has been paying off.
Right, that's been bothering Chris quite a bit in this match. Rick having a bit of fun. I guess he's loose.
That's why he's fun to play with.
Burned by the two-handed backhand from Chris.
Yeah, but if you're going to take risks, do it when you're serving.
Yeah. Especially on the first serve. actually challenging Chris to a dink battle here.
It was good patience.
Yes.
It was good patience and good spots for those dinks.
Chris a bit disappointed in herself for not hitting that shot.
We're at gold medal point, I believe.
And wow!
Not today.
Oh no! I literally looked to the spot where that ball was going to go, and next thing you know, it's not there. It's gone back over.
That's the most impressive shot I've seen all day.
Yes, I can agree with that.
That's such a good ball.
Who wants this more? And it looks as though Beth really wants this one. It's a beautiful shot to Chris's feet.
I was about to, I've just felt a little more gust. I think it's up to 11.5 to 12 miles an hour right now.
Close, close. You're very close.
Got it.
There you have it. Your 2022 Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championship winner, Beth Bellamy and Rick Witskin. Your runner-up for this match, it's Dave Weinbach and Chris Anderson. Well played. Quality match, would you say, Scott?
Oh, that was a very competitive, very well played match. There was a lot of strategy. There were a lot of adjustments. It was, everyone played well at the same time. There were some good runs. There were some great highlights. That was a very nice senior pro gold medal match from two very strong teams.
Right, and I tell you, like we talked about just now, the most impressive shot that I saw was that return from Chris that no one saw or expected.
I mean, when you're down match point, and the other guy is trying, Rick's trying to be super aggressive and put it away in style, and Chris just stepped right into the middle and said, "Not my middle," and just ripped a backhand, which was, it just exemplified how good her defense was all day. She was just there and ready and expecting it, and that's why she played so well. But you got to give it to Beth and Rick, because they really executed some quality shots just repeatedly. Like Beth really hit a lot of nice low thirds and put Rick in some great positions and put her opponent in some very defensive positions. So they definitely deserved it. They played great. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, congratulations to your winners, Rick Witskin and Beth Bellamy. Scott, it was a pleasure being here with you and broadcasting to the folks out in live stream land, if you want to call it that. I really enjoyed it, and look forward to another time, sometime in the distant future, catching up with you on the broadcast.
I did as well, Byron. Thanks for having me.
Pleasure, buddy. All right. This is Byron Fresso along with Scott Crandall signing off from the Consumer Cellular USA Pickleball Newport Beach Championship in Newport Beach, California. See you next time on a Boxcar production.